We had a wonderful night yesterday. Thank you, Dr. Jamal, for the warm welcome, and the last evening was amazing. And so, but this is not just these moments. We need to work as well. And so we came back to the Governing Council to the point 7, financial situation. And I will give the floor to the Madam Chair of the standing, I'm sorry, sir, Madam, of the Subcommittee on Finance. Mrs. Eriksson, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President, and honourable members of the Governing Council. As Chair of the Subcommittee on Finance, I'm pleased to report to you on behalf of the Executive Committee. The Subcommittee on Finance and the Executive Committee have each examined the current financial situation of the IPU this week, along with the mobilization of voluntary funds towards IPU programs. The financial situation of the organization is summarized in the document you have before you, and the IPU finances are currently healthy and stable and are monitored by the Subcommittee on Finance during its regular meetings. While global investment markets had a negative year in 2022, the IPU's investment strategy remains prudent and is providing positive returns for the organization over the long term. The follow-up of arrears of members' contribution is one area that needs our careful focus and attention. We are grateful that most IPU members are paying their contributions in full and on time, and that 2023 payments are continuing to arrive at a steady pace. However, the list of members with arrears is too long. I encourage you all to work through your geopolitical groups and follow up with those parliaments with arrears that are listed in Annex 2 of the financial situation document. We would also like to encourage new members of any IPU committee or body to help with the mobilization of voluntary funds for their committee to the best of their abilities. The Executive Committee recommends that the review and approval of the 2022 audited financial statement should be addressed during the next assembly for Angola in October, since this meeting is a bit earlier than usually. But I'm happy to confirm the positive financial situation of the IPU to the Governing Council, and I invite the Secretary General to provide any further details to you. Thank you.
Thank you. So, to confirm what Mrs. Eriksson said, this assembly is a little bit earlier than the usual, and that's why the external auditor did not finish the presentation of the report. The good thing is that we have the information that the financial situation is well. The bad things is that we need to come back to it in October, we hope, with the report of the internal and external auditor. I will give the floor to the Secretary General to complement any information, and also I will subscribe the request of the Madam Chair of Subcommittee on Finance. Everyone should pay the fees to our organization, because it's impossible to go on with activity, and everyone in all meetings I had, bilateral and so on, people are asking for more activities of IPU, request more visibility, more presence, address more issues without financial resources. So please, all countries should do the efforts, at least to the compromises can be solved. Finally, just a word of appreciation to all members of the Subcommittee on Finance, and in this moment to the new President of Subcommittee. I wish all the luck. I think it's a very important task. Will be our Finance Minister, and so you will work very hard the next years inside IPU. Welcome to this new task. Secretary General, if you wish to compliment, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just wish to confirm what the Honourable Minister of Finance of the IPU has just said. The financial situation is very stable. The IPU financial situation is very stable. You have said, Mr. President and Madam President of the subcommittee, that this year's assembly is very early, and so we have not had time to complete the entire auditing process. The Auditors General of the accounts of the organization are in the process of finalizing their reports, and so we are craving your indulgence and asking you to kindly accept to review the audited accounts of the organization when you meet at the next assembly in Angola. I just wanted to complete the picture too with some information about voluntary funding. You know, first of all, with the payment of assessed contributions, the table that you have in front of you is an updated table. When we came to this assembly, there were a number of countries that were in arrears, but now many of them have paid up, including Libya. Libya has paid up fully this time, and so they are entitled to their entire membership rights. When it comes to voluntary funding, I just want to point out that it accounts for 27% of the budget of the organization, which is a healthy percentage. It is not one that leaves us vulnerable to outside influences, I hasten to say, although I think there is a case to be made for an increase in voluntary funding in light of the expanded mandate that you have given yourselves in the context of the new strategy of the organization. So this is always an opportunity for me to appeal to those persons of goodwill to mobilize more financial and other resources for the organization. There is a document that has been circulated to you that gives you a rundown of all the current streams of funding that we are receiving from external sources. But I would like, not because she is the chair of the subcommittee on finance, but as a Swede, but I want to say that we are really appreciative to the Swedish International Development Cooperation Agency that has been a steadfast supporter of the organization financially. For as long as I've been associated with the IPU, Swedish CIDA has provided funding to the organization, and I think that this is the type of long-term engagement that we would like to see with our partners. And so we have an agreement now that runs to December 2024 with an increased budget of 3.8 million. That's a lot of money for the IPU in terms of its overall budget, and we're extremely grateful. We're also grateful to the Canadian Canadian Department of Foreign Affairs, Trade and Development that is supporting for a period of 3 years our work on gender equality to the tune of 1.4 million Swiss francs, which is really appreciated. This is a continuation of the support that the Canadian government has been giving to the IPU. Let me also use the opportunity, I don't know if the Irish speaker is in this room, Ireland, the Irish Development Agency, Irish Aid, is supporting our gender equality work on a regular basis, and we currently have a program with them to the tune of 148,000 Swiss francs. We also have WHO, and you know that we are doing a lot of health-related work, advocacy, developing tools for parliamentarians on a number of health issues, including maternal, newborn, and child health, universal health coverage. And we do have a grant from the World Health Organization with whom we have an agreement, and there we have a budget of 330,000 Swiss francs that we are using to do our health-related activities. And our partners, the Partnership for Maternal, Newborn, and Child Health, is also providing resources to close to 100,000 Swiss francs to do work in promotion of maternal, newborn, and adolescent health. Another program, stream of work in the IPU that is very popular now with donors is what we're doing to promote parliamentary contribution to the global campaign to fight terrorism and violent extremism. Here we have a a consortium of funders that I think I would like to mention very quickly. China giving us 1 million, Bangladesh 200,000, Benin 15,000, the Arab Parliament 60,000, the United Arab Emirates close to $500,000, Swiss francs, sorry. I would like to express our appreciation to all these donors who are walking the talk, supporting the IPU in word but also in action. Let me also, among the long-term sponsors of the IPU, mention the government of the People's Republic of China, which has been supporting our work on SDGs in a very long-term manner, and we currently have an arrangement with them to the tune of $1.5 million to work in the area of the SDGs. I must say that funding is not limited just to the richer, more opulent partners, but also smaller partners that are also, because of their belief in the relevance of the organization, are making that financial effort. And I want to mention the Federated States of Micronesia that has, for the second time in a row, provided resources, and this time to the tune of 120,000 Swiss francs to do work on climate change governance and very flexible funding. And thank you, Micronesia. I don't know if they are in the room. Of course, we have the European Union that is sponsoring a big project of ours in Djibouti. You'll see in the impact report that we have been working in Djibouti for a number of years now, and what we are doing there is really having an impact. It is a case study, a success story that we always want to highlight, and this is being done thanks to financial support from the European Union. We have funding from our UN partners on a country-by-country basis. Many of the countries present here are receiving support from the IPU through the United Nations Development Program in their countries. And I wish to thank those various partners. Let me also, at this juncture, always express our extreme gratitude to those parliaments that are helping to scale up our human resource capacity to enable us to perform better in accordance with the mandate that you have given us. And so I would like to use the opportunity to thank the Parliament of the Republic of Korea that for close to a decade now has a long-standing secondment agreement with the IPU, whereby they second senior staff from the Parliament to work with us for a period of, I think, 2 years. And they come, they provide their expertise, but they also learn to learn how international organizations function. And I have evidence that when they have gone back to their countries, they have gone on to occupy very senior positions, not only in Parliament, but in the diplomatic sphere. Austria, too. Thank you, Austria, for seconding senior staff from the Parliament at the ambassadorial level. Brigitte Brenner, who is the head of our IPU Observer Office to the United Nations in Vienna. That has helped us branch out to Vienna as a major UN hub, and we are extremely grateful. Lastly, we have a new partner that is making inroads in the IPU in terms of funding, and I just want to record our appreciation to the Julie Ann Wrigley Foundation. I think many of you know Julie Ann Wrigley of chewing gum fame. They are now providing increasing amounts of resources to the organization to develop, first of all, gender equality programs, but now, in view of our emphasis on climate action this year, have agreed to give us $100,000 to beef up our campaign on My Parliament and My Planet, and we are extremely grateful to them. So you can see from this that we have a broad base of donors, which is good. No one being able to entirely influence the way IPU does business, but also showing that we remain relevant not only to our members, but also to those partners that are out there. They believe in the strength of parliaments in making change. And so I just want for all of us to continue to be resolved, to continue to show impact, how your parliaments are functioning in the different countries in order to continue to enjoy this confidence that we have with the donors around the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Secretary General. And also this way, thank you for all United Nations agencies and several parliaments that made their voluntary contributions amounted to 27% of the income on the last year. Without it, our activity will not be the same. Thank you to all, generosity from the United Nations agencies and many countries. So I will open the floor. If someone wishes to raise a question or remarks to the Madam President of Subcommittee on Finance or to Secretary General, can you? I'm trying.
It's Guyana.
Okay, Guyana. You can't imagine, but with the Liza pointing directly to the stage, we don't see very well. Please, you have the floor.
Good morning, Mr. President, your committee, and our members. I'm just checking the unpaid contributions at March 11, 2023, and Guyana, though a small amount is listed as unpaid for 2022. I had provided the documentation to the Secretariat that contribution was paid in February of 2022. So I'm concerned not because it's listed here, but if we can lose sight of a small amount, maybe similarly other amounts we could lose sight of. So I'm just asking the Secretariat to look carefully at the contributions paid and to monitor the account. But I've sent the record from our banks to the Secretariat a few days ago. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think, and thank you for the information. When we have a mistake, we should try to understand what happened and try to solve it. I believe that our staff and Secretariat will confirm your information, and so we will not repeat it. We hope so. And if there is other cases that may happen, because you see, if we don't receive one formal information, sometimes just looking to the bank accounts, it's not easy to identify from where it came. And so also the problem sometimes persists. No more questions. I don't know if Madam's Chair, if you wish to add, or if the Secretary General wishes to add something. Okay, so.
Just for Guyana, we confirm that my colleagues will come and explain the situation to the Speaker of Guyana so that it's clear to him. If there has been any misunderstanding, this will be clarified with him. Thank you.
Thank you. And so it's very important to know we are in good financial health. This is also relevant, and we can go on without worries about that. Thank you, dear colleagues, Madam. And we go to the point 9, situation of certain parliaments. I will give the floor to our Secretary General. The Executive Committee appreciates the document prepared by the Secretariat. We discuss a lot about different cases. We had 3 long sessions and very with a lot of participation. And but now we will present the conclusions of our discussion, and I will give the floor to the Secretary General for 5 minutes. 2 old cases.
Thank you, Mr. President. That's a tall order. I can just, I think you have received, have they received the report on the situation of certain members? It is, I think, consistent with the mandate of this organization that seeks to promote the welfare of parliaments across the world, that you, on a regular basis, monitor what is happening, and if there are issues regarding the functioning of parliaments in the world, then you want to come in to help fix those issues. And later this session, you will be hearing what the Committee on the Human Rights of Parliamentarians will be saying in terms of the cases of members of parliament who are allegedly or actually being abused around the world. This is part of our mandate to protect the institution of Parliament. And it is in that vein that at this session of Council, you review the a number of parliaments where there may be issues, where there are issues, and you want to state the organization's position. And so, very quickly, Mr. President, I want to go on to the slides that we have prepared for you. And you will see that first slide that gives you an example of those countries where the IPU is monitoring the situation of parliament, so just monitoring the political situation of the country in order to see whether these developments are impacting on the way the organization, or rather the parliament, does business. And you will see then that on most continents, I think there's only one continent, North America, where we are not monitoring any particular situation, but in the rest of the world we have there. And you'll see the red ones, I would imagine, are the flashpoints that you want to pay attention to. And in alphabetical order, we can start with Afghanistan, right? Afghanistan, where there is no parliament that is actually functioning currently as a result of the takeover by the Taliban in August 2021. The Taliban dissolved the parliament there, and many parliamentarians find themselves in exile now. Some have been killed. You remember the situation of Mrs. Mossada. Is it Ms. Mossada, who was killed last month? She's one of the members of parliament who opted to stay in Afghanistan following the takeover, but she was unfortunately and regrettably so murdered last month. And we have observed a minute of silence in memory of this valiant woman. Nabi Sada. Thank you very much. So for Afghanistan, the decision that you have taken is not to recognize what has happened there with the Taliban, but to express solidarity with your colleagues, parliamentarians, who were there at the time of the takeover. And you have taken the decision to allow a delegation of Afghanistan to continue to participate in the proceedings of the organization in an observer, non-voting capacity. And it is in that capacity that you have the Speaker of the House of Representatives of Afghanistan with a delegation attending this conference. So the Executive Committee is recommending that you maintain that position, that decision, in solidarity with your colleagues who are under siege in Afghanistan. Mr. President, you may wish to ask your colleagues to endorse this recommendation.
Dear colleagues, may the Governing Council endorse the recommendations proposed by the Executive Committee on Afghanistan. No opposition? Done.
Mr. President, thank you. You have also had Haiti on your radar screen, because this is a parliament that has gradually gone into oblivion because elections have not been held. And most recently, the term of the last standing members of that parliament expired. So there is no membership in the two houses of parliament in Haiti. This is a country that has undergone a lot of political turmoil, violent, I would say. And the situation is that currently there is no functioning parliament in terms of membership. the parliament exists, but it is not populated. There is an agreement to organize elections this year. And when you and your colleagues, Mr. President, examined this in the Executive Committee, you took note of this regrettable situation, and you expressed the recommendation to the Governing Council that we continue to monitor this, but that you also urged the Haitian authorities to organize elections as foreseen this year, so that in the future, in the near future, hopefully in Angola, you can welcome a fully fledged Parliament of Haiti. That is the recommendation from the Executive Committee.
We hope so. It will be possible to have the Parliament of Haiti as soon as possible. May you accept the recommendations of the Executive Committee? No opposition? Then?
Thank you, Mr. President. We move on to Myanmar, whose situation is akin to the one I have explained regarding Afghanistan. There was a military takeover in Myanmar in February 2021, subverting a democratic process that had taken place, democratic elections that had taken place, and the military rulers of the country refused to allow that parliament to seat, and have since rolled back all of the democracy process in Myanmar. The Myanmar people, through the parliament that was elected in 2022, have refused to accept this situation, and they have gone on to form what they call the Committee to Represent the People of Myanmar. That institution has observer status in the IPU. The current military government in Myanmar is not recognized by the UN. So we do understand that the Credentials Committee in the UN has not granted accreditation to representatives of the Myanmar in New York and in Geneva, for that matter. And so you have taken a principled position not to support undemocratic processes. You have expressed your solidarity with the people of Myanmar, and you have decided to support that institution that is articulating the views of the Myanmar people. But you are also realistic in noting that that parliament is not in a position to function on the territory of a sovereign state, which is why you have taken the decision, the Governing Council, to allow the Committee to Represent the People of Myanmar to participate in the deliberations of the IPU in an observer, non-voting capacity. The Executive Committee is requesting that you continue to endorse this particular position. Thank you.
Turkey, allow me, Dr. Haas, just to say that one of the worst things of this information is that also one of our colleagues was executed in July 22. And so it's something that we should condemn always, of course. Dr. Haas from Turkey.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just wanted to state for the record that we stand for the fight for democracy in Myanmar, but we also need to remember of the people of Rohingya who are being ethnically cleansed in Myanmar. So we are hoping that during this process, as the people of Myanmar get their democracy back on its feet, hopefully the massacre of the people, Rohingya people, will also stop. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam. Of course, the situation of the Rohingya people were in our worries and continuation what happened there in the past. And I believe that in the future we should be aware that the rights of the Rohingya should be defended always. And just to, I believe that everyone will accept. Speaker of Yemen, please, Mr. Speaker.
شكرا سيد الرئيس وسعدتم بالخير صباحا.
Good morning, everybody. I support the proposal made by our colleague from Turkey By way of comparison, in terms of democracy and human rights, human rights may take precedence over democracy, but you know what's happening with the Rohingyas in Myanmar. It's a genocide. It's a massacre. Our collective conscience should be moved. We are a democratic institution. We uphold democracy. Also, we need to save lives, preserve, protect lives. At our meetings, we should take a position on these murderers who are assassinating the Rohingyas in a violent and flagrant manner. They don't respect human rights. They don't respect human beings. Therefore, I would like us to take a stance and take a decision in this respect. Maybe this conference could publish a statement to stop this bloodshed and protect democracy at the same time.
Mr. Speaker, as I expressed, when before the coup d'etat, we condemned the very frontal way what happened with the Rohingya because it's an attack on basic human rights. And IPU made strong condemnations of the situation there. Of course, in all these cases, we continue also our efforts with some kind of dialogue, may I say this way, with the fact authorities, because we wish to come back to a constitutional order. And so we may make the condemnations, but we need to have channels of dialogue open. Otherwise, they will not be able to hear from us, and we are not able to influence the transition as soon as possible to the constitutional order where we wish as soon as that happen. Chile, about the situation in Myanmar, of course.
No. Gracias, presidente.
Thank you very much, sir. I want to refer to the topic under discussion at this assembly and this organization, namely countries where internal democracy has been undermined and where parliaments are no longer functioning in a stable manner. I think as we condemn the breakdown of democracy in the cases covered, we should also question ourselves as parliamentarians. This organization is designed to guarantee democracy, as we parliamentarians are on a national level. And in countries, there are parliaments which have called for a breakdown in the rule of law. And indeed, we have to ensure that the rightful causes are upheld. I think we need to condemn these parliaments. We need to condemn this kind of parliament, sir, as an assembly. Thank you.
Dear colleagues, this is not about Myanmar. It's a general comment. I will say, of course, the speech of hate that sometimes we criticize in our society should be criticized also when it happens inside our own parliaments, because we as parliamentarians and we as Democrats should give the example to the society. And people are looking to us and try to understand, how can we appeal to have a society where everyone can be accepted and to have the respect if we don't give the example of that inside our own parliaments. But this is not, and if there is a physical or other kind of attack against a colleague, he can go and can appeal to the Committee of Human Rights of Parliamentarians to analyze and to defend the situation. But now about Myanmar, may we accept the recommendations of the Executive Committee? No opposition. It's done. Secretary General.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just to add regarding Myanmar and the Rohingya, that this matter is constantly under review by a dedicated body of the IPU, the Committee to Promote Respect for International Humanitarian Law. And I would imagine that when they present their report, they will draw attention to the plight of the Rohingya refugees. Thank you. Sudan stands suspended from the IPU because there's no parliament there, dissolved completely, following the military coup that took place in April 2019. And that country has been in a state of instability ever since. Elections have not taken place as have been foreseen. And now we do understand that as late as December 2022, a political framework agreement was signed that would pave the way towards the organization of elections in Sudan. You may wish, Mr. President, as you discuss this in the Executive Committee, to recommend to Governing Council to take note of this and express the strong wish to see those elections take place as soon as possible, according to the schedule agreed by the political leaders of Sudan, so that in the near future you'll have the pleasure of welcoming back a full-fledged parliament within the IPU.
Thank you. Of course, we are an association of parliaments. If there is no parliament in Sudan, it's not possible to have Sudan with us. But we can accept the recommendation of the Executive Committee and the appeal to the authorities to come to a constitutional order and to have elections, because we wish to have colleagues and the people of Sudan represented in our organization. No opposition to the recommendation of the Executive Committee is done. Secretary General.
Thank you, Mr. President. That was the situation of parliaments that are not functioning around the world. Now we go on to the transitional parliaments that are on your radar screen, and we start with Burkina Faso, where, as you know, since 2022, there have been 2 coups as a result of dissatisfaction with the leadership of the then administration in Burkina Faso. You have discussed this matter and expressed your principled position that you cannot condone military takeovers in any country, whatever the reasons. But you have also taken note of the fact that the military authorities have put in place a transitional legislative body, which is now in its second format. It has now been expanded. And you have said that you want to not remain at the level of just condemning, but actually helping the transitional authorities to ensure a speedy return to constitutional rule in that country. And that is why you continue to maintain, you took the decision to maintain Burkina Faso's membership in the IPU, but encouraging and urging the authorities to agree to a roadmap for return to constitutional rule, including support that the IPU can give to the Transitional Legislative Assembly in this regard. I wish to report, Mr. President, that since you last met in October, I have been in contact with the Burkina Faso authorities, including the Parliament. Most recently, upon my invitation, the Speaker of the Transitional Legislative Assembly came to Geneva to reconfirm their commitment to work with the IPU with a view to bringing back normalcy to Burkina Faso. At this session of the Assembly, Mr. President, you remember yesterday the Burkina Faso delegation appeared before the Executive Committee to restate that commitment. So we do have a roadmap with the Transitional Legislative Assembly with a view to coming up with activities that we can do to help them craft a legislative framework that will provide for a strong legal basis for new Burkina Faso. So, Mr. President, you may wish to ask your colleagues to reconfirm their decision to maintain Burkina Faso as a member and to urge them to scale up progress in implementation of the roadmap with a view to completion by July 2024, as they have agreed. the transitional period is due to end on July 2024. And you expressed the strong wish that by then you will be able to welcome a fully fledged, democratically elected parliament in Burkina Faso. Thank you.
Thank you. No opposition to maintain this transitional legislative assembly in our association, organization, and call the authorities to finish on the end of July 24 the transitional period to come to the constitutional order. No opposition. Dan?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. We move on to Chad, which is virtually in the same situation, where since October 2021, there has been a transitional national council that has been established in the wake of the death of the then President Idriss Déby on the battlefront. And that transitional council is the one that is managing the transitional period that is now due to end in October 2024. We do understand that the Transitional Legislative Council or National Council is working with the various authorities, including the commission that is drafting the new constitution for Chad in order to organize elections by October 2024. We also point out that pursuant to your previous decision, the IPU is providing technical support to the staff of the Transitional National Council in order to prepare that staff for when there is a fully fledged legislative body in Chad. Mr. President, you may wish to take note of this development as the Executive Committee would like to recommend that we continue to support the Transitional National Council in Chad and also express the strong wish that the process in place should be accelerated with a view to organizing those elections as scheduled. Thank you.
Thank you. Do everyone accept the recommendation of the Executive Committee? No opposition? Then?
Guinea-Conakry, another country in a similar situation, where Parliament was dissolved in September 2021, and then a transitional legislative body put in place in January 2022. You have discussed this situation as for the other cases. You have condemned military takeovers, subversion of democratically elected institutions, but you have also taken note of the efforts being made to re-establish constitutional rule in the country. So we do understand from the information that has been provided by the authorities in Guinea that they have a 36-month transitional period, and that period has now been reduced to 24 months following consultations with the regional integration bodies, including ECOWAS, which is the Economic Community of West African States. And so we have a transitional period of 24 months that is in place here. And in the past, as you have discussed this matter, you have taken the decision to maintain Guinea's membership in the IPU in the spirit of constructive engagement with them, like with Burkina Faso and Chad. And you have agreed that there should be a roadmap with the Parliament for a speedy return to constitutional rule, and that is what we are doing. I think we have now agreed on what it is that the IPU can do to support the Parliament in Guinea in order to accelerate the process for return to constitutional rule. Mr. President, you may wish to ask your colleagues to accept the recommendation of the Executive Committee to continue to monitor the situation and for the IPU to continue to support that Parliament as it makes its way towards more constitutional rule. Thank you.
Thank you. More one case where we needed to dialogue with the authorities that are on the ground and with the transitional parliament to achieve what we wish. Came back to the constitutional order and free elections in the country. And so, no opposition, to the recommendation of the Executive Committee. Great. Secretary General.
Libya, Mr. President. Libya, again, is one, it looks like a maze because we ourselves who are monitoring the situation very closely are having a hard time really understanding what is going on in Libya. But just to say that at some point there has been a multiplicity of parallel institutions, including parliaments, 2 parliaments at some point, but you have taken a decision to recognize one as the member in the IPU. And it is that parliament that was elected in 2014, if I'm not mistaken, which is based, it was initially based in Tobruk, but I do understand it's functioning out of Benghazi today, and that is the one that is represented within the IPU. I mentioned earlier that they had paid up their assessed contributions, and so they're entitled to exercise that membership fully in the IPU. There is a delegation from Libya here, and we do understand that elections are now foreseen, parliamentary and presidential elections are now foreseen in Libya by November 2023. Mr. President, you and your colleagues have discussed this matter, and you have recommended that you continue to engage with the Libyan parliamentary authorities and express the strong hope that this time elections will take place as foreseen, so that you can welcome a fully fledged parliament of Libya that is representative of the Libyan people. Mr. President, you may make that recommendation to Council.
Thank you, Secretary General. May we support the recommendation of the Executive Committee on the Libyan case? No opposition? Then?
Thank you, Mr. President. Mali, not similar situation as in Burkina Faso, Guinea. Mr. President, the Libyan delegation has expressed the wish to take the floor.
I'm sorry, dear colleague, I didn't saw. I didn't see. But you have the floor before we go to Mali, please.
Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, ladies and gentlemen, we have heard with a great deal of attention your report. We just have some clarifications to make on the Libyan situation. It seems that there are some things that are not clear enough. Yes, it is true that Libya is rather young in free democratic practice. Yes, it is true that our political situation is still rather vulnerable and fragile due to internal causes that fall upon the shoulders of many institutions of our country. And the Parliament is one of those institutions that are to shoulder their responsibility. But other factors are due to external interventions from other countries. They interfere with the internal affairs of Libya. There is also a responsibility to be shouldered by the United Nations mission in Libya. It is stagnant. Ever since 2011, it has not provided the Libyans with the necessary assistance and support. It provides briefings to the Secretariat, and it depicts, but falsely, the activities of Libyans. As I've said, partly, the crisis in Libya is due to our own internal issues, but partly it is also due to international responsibility. This is something that I just wanted to make clear to everyone here. We are in dire need for the IPU's help in providing the Libyan Parliament with the assistance and support it needs so that it can stand back up on its 2 feet. We need guidance from the United Nations Secretary General to his envoys in Libya. The situation internally is still fragile, and the reconciliation did not take place as it was expected and supposed to. We have some members of parliament that are threatened and that are even kidnapped from their own homes. Less than 10 days ago, one MP was kidnapped. We spoke to the United Nations mission to state its piece on that, but we heard nothing. Another lady MP was attacked. She was threatened with the force of arms and weapons. Only certain acts are being condemned and denounced, but not all other acts. This is a direct threat to the free and democratic practice of Libyan parliamentarians. Moreover, in Libya, the parliament is seeking to play its role fully. Of course, the situation is far from being perfect in the field of democratic and parliamentary work, but this is due to our security and social situation. We need your support, and we look to your assistance in this regard. Thank you.
Thank you. I will give the floor to the Secretary General, but I believe, you may believe, the IPU will be ready day by day to help the Libyan Parliament and authorities to develop, to achieve a very democratic and constitutional parliament in your country. But Secretary General, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Let me join you in welcoming the Libyan delegation to the IPU. We look forward to ongoing engagement. Of course, you do know, my colleague Smith has explained to you that we are in consultations with you, with the relevant officials of the Benghazi-based parliament, with a view to providing technical support to you, because we know that at the end of the electoral process, there will be a full-fledged parliament in need of concrete technical support to get off the ground, and that is what we're doing when we have those conversations with you. I encourage you to be open to those discussions with my colleagues who are here to see what it is that we can agree to. I remember way back in 2013, there had been an agreement with the then Parliament to provide technical support, but this has not materialized because of the prevailing situation in Libya. The security situation has been very unstable, and we have not been able to secure guarantees for the integrity of IPU personnel in Libya, and that is why that has stalled. But we can look into this. You mentioned the dire situation of human rights. I believe you will be here when the Committee on Human Rights of Parliamentarians presents its report, and one prominent case in Libya is before that committee. I encourage you, with regard to the other cases of parliamentarians having been kidnapped or being tortured or whatever, facing all sorts of abuses, to address the complaints to the Committee on the Human Rights of Parliamentarians so that this can be properly investigated and the IPU can pressure the authorities concerned to clarify and bring the culprits to book. Thank you very much. Mr. President, with your permission, I'll move on to Mali.
Yes, please.
Mali, again, as I said, is in a similar situation as Burkina Faso. There was a military coup in August 2020, and there has been established a transitional legislative assembly that you have in the past recognized as the member in the IPU, while expressing the strong wish for the process to return to constitutional rule to be accelerated. And in Mali, you have also asked us to lend support to that transitional legislative assembly in order to help speed up the process in Mali. And that is what we have been doing with the Malian authorities, and we have provided a lot of support in terms of facilitating their access to the citizens to explain the ongoing political processes in their country in order to obtain their buy-in. We want to scale up this assistance to the Transitional Council, National Transitional Council in Mali, and Mr. President, you may wish to report to Council that the Executive Committee took note of these developments and wants to recommend that we maintain the current approach of the organization to recognize that transitional authority in Mali, but also to express the wish that the roadmap that has been established now with the support of ECOWAS, if I remember very well, that process be brought to a speedy conclusion, and that the IPU should continue to provide technical assistance as he has done so far. Mr. President, recommendation to Council.
Thank you. About Mali, no requests from the floor, no opposition to the recommendation of the Executive Committee. It's done.
Thank you, Mr. President. South Sudan is one case where we are able to report positive progress. It would seem that the previous disagreement between the various political stakeholders in South Sudan, those disagreements have now been resolved, and the expanded transitional parliament in South Sudan is functioning now, spearheading the process towards speedy return to constitutional rule. You see in that slide that is on the screen there what has been done so far. The transitional period is now scheduled to end in February 2025, and we are told that this is a very firm deadline. So, Mr. President, you and your colleagues may wish to take note of the positive developments there and encourage the political authorities of the country to continue to display the requisite goodwill with a view to driving the transitional process to its logical conclusion with elections by February 2024. We do understand that the constitution-making process is well advanced and that a new constitution is foreseen by the end of February 2024. You may wish to salute these developments and encourage the authorities to continue.
When we have good news, we should salute them, always. Unfortunately, are not so often as we wish. So we can endorse the recommendation of the Executive Committee. No opposition. It's done.
Mr. President, we move on to Guinea-Bissau. Guinea-Bissau, we have reported on several occasions on the ongoing political turmoil in the country. They are moving from crisis to crisis, and elections that have been scheduled several times have not taken place. The president last year dissolved parliament in view of new parliamentary elections that had been initially scheduled for December 2022. Those elections have not taken place. They have been postponed to June 2023. And we continue to monitor the situation. This is a country where the IPU has offered assistance to the parliament. On several occasions, we have set aside resources, financial resources, to support them in the process of resolving the political impasse in the country and making sure that Parliament can function properly. We have not received any feedback from this, from the authorities on our offer, but we continue to monitor the situation. Mr. President, you and your colleagues took note of this worrying situation, and you decided to recommend to Council that you send a strong message to the authorities of Guinea that elections should take place now, as foreseen, by June 2023, and that you'll have the pleasure of welcoming a full-fledged parliament from Guinea-Bissau, I believe in Angola, later this year. Thank you.
We hope that the good news will come in Luanda, Angola. It's just to information. Can we continue? We accept that the IPU should continue to monitor the situation. No opposition. Taken, Secretary General.
Thank you, Mr. President. You have on your list Palestine. Elections haven't taken place for the Palestinian Legislative Council since 2016. Elections had been due to take place in 2022, if I'm not mistaken, but they didn't take place because of a number of obstacles raised by a variety of stakeholders in the region. The Palestinian Legislative Council had been dissolved in 2018 in view of those elections, and currently those elections have been postponed, including the presidential elections in Nigeria. So we have no new dates for those elections, and Mr. President, when you looked at this case, you decided to urge the Palestinian authorities to organize the elections as soon as possible and to make sure that there's a fully fledged Palestinian Legislative Council in place as soon as possible. when there is a report of the Committee on Human Rights of Parliamentarians, which will be delivered in a moment, and there again, there are a number of cases concerning Palestinian MPs. If I'm not mistaken, I see my colleague is shaking his head, but there are a number of cases of involving members of the Palestinian Legislative Council that are being discussed by the committee. Maybe they're not presenting a report this time, but they remain seized of those cases. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. I'm trying to, Palestine. Excellency, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. It is of utmost clarity that our observations that we gave in Kigali were not taken into account. We said in Kigali that the Palestinian elections were not held because the Israelis are so adamant on prohibiting these elections, on not authorizing Palestinians from holding their elections in Jerusalem, despite interventions from various countries, from various stakeholders, including the European Union. The European Union had given us guarantees that we will be able to hold elections in Jerusalem, but this does not materialize at the very last minute. And it was not possible for our European partners to come through on these guarantees. His Excellency President Mahmoud Abbas called clearly and undoubtedly for holding elections in 2022, and he did determine dates for these elections. But we Palestinians cannot hold our elections without being present physically for these elections in Jerusalem. And for this item to be clear, I think that the IPU has to raise its voice and ask Israel clearly and without the shade of a doubt to hold these elections and allow these elections to be held in Jerusalem without any interference. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Of course, the IPU are aware of the situation on the ground, and we will continue to talk with the authorities also of Israel, because we wish to have real and free elections as soon as possible in all Palestine. So may we accept the recommendations of the Executive Committee? No opposition. Secretary General.
Thank you, Mr. President. Tunisia is a country that has experienced political turmoil, especially since July 2021, when the president suspended the parliament, did not dissolve the parliament entirely, but he went on to arrogate to himself full powers in order to move ahead with developing the country, including reforms in the various institutions of the country. And in line with that logic, he did steer the country towards a new constitution that was approved in July 2022. And in that constitution, the president has a lot of powers that are assigned to, allocated to him or her, as the case may be. The Constitution provides for 2 houses of parliament in Tunisia, and on the basis of that new constitution, elections took place in December this year and in January, 2 rounds of elections, and the results have only just been confirmed for the lower house of parliament. The reports are that the turnout in those elections were between 11 and 19%, and many of the president's opponents have been clamoring for an annulment or non-recognition of those elections because they think that the elections were illegitimate. There are, of course, many calls that are coming in from, including from the parliament that had subsequently been dissolved, Mr. President, in view of those elections. not to recognize that parliament. You did take a decision in a previous session of the Assembly that you would express deep displeasure at the fact that Parliament was not being allowed to perform its duty properly, and you did also subsequently condemn the dissolution of the Parliament, but you did take note of these developments and said that you would like to see a speedy return to constitutional rule, including with support from the IPU. This message was conveyed to the President of Tunisia, and he welcomed IPU support, but did say that this support would only be welcome when the constitutional process, the parliamentary elections, had run their full course. That is where we were with the situation. Since Kigali, I have engaged with the Tunisian authorities, including the head of state through his ambassador in Geneva, and most recently in a conversation that I had in Geneva with the Tunisian Minister of Foreign Affairs. And it was confirmed to us that they would like to welcome IPU's support now with a view to bringing about more stability in the country, more stringent parliamentary efforts to help the governance process in Tunisia. They have suggested to us that we invite a delegation of the newly elected parliament to Geneva to agree on a roadmap for support from the IPU towards helping them resolve those issues that have been on the forefront of the media for some time now. So, Mr. President, I have agreed to this approach with the Tunisian authorities. I have said that it is in line with their previous decision here to engage the authorities with a view to resolving outstanding issues in Tunisia. So in the next few weeks, we are going to be following up on that. Mr. President, you may wish to call Council to agree with this recommendation.
No opposition? No opposition? No requests?
Okay.
Then?
Thank you. I'm being told that I need to eat the microphone so the interpreters can hear me very well. Thank you, Mr. President. In this category, we have Venezuela, not because you took any particular decision regarding Venezuela, but you just wanted to confirm the previous decision that you had taken in respect of Venezuela. And that decision was that you did not recognize the two competing parliaments in Venezuela on account of the fact that the previous one, the 2015 Assembly, its mandate had expired, and the 2020 Parliament was not elected according to the prevailing rules of Venezuela. You, however, indicated that you welcome a joint delegation of both parliaments here in an observer capacity. So this is just to let you know that the position regarding Venezuela hasn't changed. Thank you.
Yes, one update of information, no more than that. Thank you. No request, no opposition. We can go forward.
Let me conclude with Yemen. Yemen, just to let you know that we continue to have Yemen on our radar screen. We do have a full-fledged delegation from Yemen. We have a counterpart in Yemen. I think I see the speaker from Yemen is sitting up, but there's nothing to report apart from the fact that you continue as the Executive Committee and now as Council to continue to urge the international community to step up its efforts to resolve the ongoing crisis in Yemen. When you took the decision to recognize the parliament that is aligned with the internationally recognized government, you did encourage the Speaker of the Yemeni Parliament to engage with all the parliamentarians that were elected, I believe in 2013, if I'm not mistaken. Since then, elections haven't taken place in Yemen. So we do recognize that all MPs who were elected on that occasion continue to be the representative of Yemen. And you did encourage him, therefore, to continue to federate all these parliamentarians with a view to articulating the interests of the entire Yemeni society. Of course, there is the ongoing humanitarian crisis in the country, and I believe the Committee to Promote International Humanitarian Law would be examining this case, if not in this session, but in future sessions. And so you may wish to take note of these developments and encourage the Yemeni delegation to continue to federate all the parliamentarians in Yemen. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary General. I will give the floor to the Speaker of Yemen that requests.
Thank you, Mr. President. And thank you, Mr. Secretary General. It is true, I sat up in my chair because I deem it to be only fair for me to express my deepest gratitude and thanks to the IPU, its President and its Secretary General for all these positions that were taken in support of Yemen. We have been living in a state of war for the past 8 years and more. But this institution has given us a glimpse of hope, a glimpse of patience, and we know that the window of hope is wide open before us for the future. About 4 months ago, we signed an agreement with the Secretary General pertaining to technical support to be provided to our Parliament. And this is something that we are very grateful for. We are thankful to the IPU and to the Secretariat, and we hope that a call will be addressed to the United Nations, maybe in the form of a full-fledged recommendation to intervene in Yemen to pull us out of this sea of blood that we have been drowning in for over 8 years now, with no life raft. All parliamentarians will cooperate first to save their fellow parliamentarians, the 44 parliamentarians whose Houthi militia have sentenced to execution. You know that this militia is issuing its own sentences freely with no deterrence. They will, of course, find them anywhere around the world and kill them. They will not wait for them to come to Sana'a to kill them. So we would like to thank you for looking into the situation of these parliamentarians. And I just wanted to take the floor to commend you, to commend your efforts, and to call on you to spare no effort in the future in trying to appeal to the United Nations to help us as well. We know that ever since day one, you have not left our side. You have stood by our side. We are fully committed to respecting our obligations. All parliamentarians that were elected in 2010 and not in 2013 are all our brothers and sisters, and we hope that we will be able to liberate ourselves one day from this Houthi militia so that we can get out of this obscure era, so that they can leave their homes, so that they can come out to daylight, because they are now restricted in their mobility. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for your words. As you know, you are living a war that one day will come to an end. We need to work on that. And as you said, we identify our side. Sometimes it is not easy when we have a conflict to understand and to be with the right side of history. But IPU try to be on the right side of history always. Go to the next, we accept the recommendation, no opposition on the situation of Yemen. Then, Secretary General.
Thank you, Mr. President. That was all for the countries that you reviewed during this session of the Executive Committee. You were also apprised of the prevailing political situation in a number of countries that might erupt into full-blown crisis later. This was just to serve as an early warning mechanism, and if those situations get out of hand, we'll bring that to the attention of the Executive Committee and the Governing Council. But for the time being, it was for the information of the Executive Committee. So they are forewarned. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretary General, also for all the efforts of the IPU and all the staff and all the Secretariat to accompany this situation and try to defend democracy in all countries of the world. And in light with this principle of solidarity, I would like to encourage everyone to do what is possible to help countries with crisis to solve their situations. IPU is doing what is possible, but each one of us can help, in some cases, these countries to return to a normal and constitutional order, and we should make it as also. We may go to the point 10 about regional offices. Just to avoid to spend a lot of time with that, allow me to say, we in Kigali took a decision, it's done, to open regional office in Cairo and in Montevideo. The decision was taken, and we approve rules that needed to be accepted by the countries. And so we give the mandate to the Secretary General to go forward with consultations. And only when all the rules are accepted, the office may be established in these countries, or in one country, not the other. If one country accepts the rules that we approved and the other will not, or if both will not, we will not open. So the Secretary General, accepting the mandate of the Governing Council, did a lot of consultations during last month. What we will have here is just one update. He will inform us, all the Governing Council, what is the point of these consultations. Is not to reopen the debate, because the debate was taken in Kigali. Allow me to explain. Sometimes I think that I am not very good in English, and people will not understand what I am saying, so I will repeat. The decision was taken. We will not reopen the debate. We will just receive the information of the point of the consultations given by the Secretary General.
Thank you, Mr. President. Indeed, a decision was taken that if the conditions, the requirements adopted by the Governing Council were met, regional offices would be opened in Uruguay and Egypt as outposts of the organization. And this would be for a pilot phase of 2 years, after which an evaluation would be made to see if it was worth the trouble continuing this. You did ask me, yes, Mr. President, that I carry out those discussions with the two countries that had gracefully accepted, or rather offered to host regional offices. We have carried out those consultations with Uruguay and Egypt, and I am pleased to report that the consultations are progressing, not as fast as I would have hoped to be able to tell you today that I was going to conclude an agreement with them. But I think that the issues, the conditions that you endorsed for the establishment of these offices are being discussed. Some of them are being accepted and others need some clarification. That is where we are at this particular stage with the two parliaments concerned. And the approach is that when you did adopt those requirements and conditions, it was clear that there were certain conditions that would only be met by the governmental authorities of the country concerned, and then others that would be met by the parliament. So the approach is that we'll have a two-track agreement, one with the government of those countries, whereby they would clearly recognize the IPU as an international organization entitled to all the immunities and privileges that accrue to international organizations. This gives us the required protection for us to function in an independent, autonomous, and free manner without any interference. That is one thing, and that we have been engaged in that. And then subsequently, on the basis of those assurances, we would sign an agreement with the parliaments concerned, because the parliaments undertook to provide the resources that are required to have those offices function. So that is where we are with those two countries. I think the Executive Committee discussed this entirely and took note of this progress, but I am sure the Executive Committee wanted to accelerate progress, and so they wanted to suggest to the Governing Council that, having taken note of this progress, they could agree that the Secretary General go ahead and conclude those consultations, and if those consultations are satisfactory and he can ascertain that all the requirements will be met, he will go ahead and conclude the relevant agreements without having to come back to Council. This is because it's in line with the prerogatives that are assigned to the Secretary General, because these offices are meant to be administrative structures of the IPU, and it's the Secretary General who has authority over administrative structures. So he wants to make sure that those offices can function according to the administrative norms of international organizations. So, Mr. President, you may ask Governing Council to take note of these developments and agree that the Secretary General will continue consultations, will determine as and when appropriate that all the conditions that you have adopted have been met, and if that is the case, he will go ahead and conclude those agreements that he has mentioned here with a view to the establishment of those offices, once again, on a pilot basis for 2 years. Mr. President, over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary General. As you said, sometimes we wish that the things happen more quick, but we may also understand, and I will understand, that we are talking about something that is new. If we open these offices, and if after the 2 years we will make a positive evaluation, and we will go to open more, we already will have the experience of the negotiations, we will have the experience of the agreements that need to be signed, and it will be more easier. This is something new, and so sometimes we don't have the velocity that everyone wish. The people that know me understand that for me, we should open it tomorrow morning. But I may understand that it is not possible because the Secretariat, and especially the Secretary General, needs to defend the organization and to understand that everything is in accordance with what the Governing Council approved. The request, it's very easy, is to mandate the Secretary General to continue the efforts of consultations, and when all the conditions are respected, it can sign the agreements, of course. Because if we agree, if we make the proposals of the rules, if all rules are accepted, he will have the power and with endorsement of the Governing Council to sign the agreements. I understood that Madam Speaker of Tanzania asked the floor. Please, Madam.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. I would like to acknowledge what you have just said about the establishment of the pilot offices in the two places. I remember we, as the African Geopolitical Group, we registered our concerns in Kigali, and the concerns that were raised then still stand, because as Africa Geopolitical Group, we have not been consulted. So these consultations that are going on, which are being led by the Secretary General, I appreciate them, but I'll appreciate more if the word that was given to the Africa Geopolitical Group in Kigali, that you're going to consult it, we would appreciate that this group is consulted. It's important, Mr. President, because Egypt is our brother, is our sister in Africa. We also acknowledge the fact that Egypt is part of the Arab group, but geographically, Egypt is in Africa. And by all means, we support Egypt. We need to consult each other. Who is this office going to serve? We are not against the Arab brothers and sisters. We are not against Egypt, which sits in Africa. So we are together in the AU. We have no personal issues against Egypt. All we need is to be consulted. Now, the words that are coming from your good chair, Mr. President, is such that consultations have been going on, okay, but we haven't been consulted, fine. You're saying a decision was taken in Kigali, okay, but the last time, if my memory serves me correct, you said in Kigali, we are not taking any decision, we will take now. So now, if a decision was taken in Kigali, that's a surprise for the African group. Because even when we met in this recent one on the 10th, this matter came up, and I reported as their president that this matter hasn't been concluded because we have not been consulted. That's all we are asking. Not more than that, not less than that. Thank you so much, Mr. President.
Madam Speaker, thank you for. Now I see the Speaker of Yemen, then we came back to Secretary General. Mr. Speaker, allow me just to ask, because our Secretariat said to me, this is not the case, because I identify we are talking about speakers, but when are other members of delegations, please tell your name in the beginning of your intervention to the minutes to be correct. In this case, it is not necessary because I identify the Speaker of the Parliament of Yemen.
شكرا سيد الرئيس.
Thank you, sir. First of all, thanks to you and the Secretary General for the efforts made in adopting this decision. We hope that the procedures will speed up and the office will open in a few days' time and not within a couple of months or years, on the basis of meetings with the IPU. These offices will offer services not only to Egypt, but throughout the Arab world. And Egypt has great experience in democratic activity. The speaker is speaking very far from the microphone. Could he please sit down so he could be heard more easily? We know that Egypt has a lengthy democratic tradition since the 1920s, and I hope that we will adopt the decision very quickly so the Secretary General can proceed with the consultations and negotiations, and the requisite measures can be taken as quickly as possible, so we don't have to go back to this matter again and adopt a new decision. I believe that this office should open very quickly. I believe that things can move ahead fast. I hope that the IPU will take account of the interests of all, and that the Egyptian office will offer great services, very important services, for a large number of parliaments in Africa and the Arab world. I hope that this office will be a way to connect directly with local parliaments and regional parliaments. And this agreement, which will be signed with the Union, could assist in the adoption of other measures and initiatives in the area of training. And this would give greater experience to parliamentarians. We hope that this agreement will quickly be reached.
Thank you, shukran. So, as I said, what we are receiving the information about the state of the art on these consultations. What the Governing Council will endorse now is the Secretary General to go ahead, try to finish the consultations as soon as possible, and when the consultations achieve the agreement that is needed to, in accordance with the rules approved in Rwanda, you have the power to sign the agreement. No opposition on that. Secretary General, please.
No, thank you, Mr. President. I just want for us to be clear what the decision in Kigali was. The decision in Kigali was that you agreed in principle to open offices in Uruguay and Cairo. You agreed that these offices would be open on condition that the criteria and requirements that you approved in Kigali were fully met. These criteria were appended to the document that was circulated to all the members. And that is the guiding document that the Secretary General has used with his colleagues to carry out the consultations that you mandated him to do. But we also note that on the floor of the deliberations in Kigali, a number of concerns were raised with regard to the character of the office in Cairo, whether it would be for Africa or for the Arab countries. The requirements that you endorsed said that the office, the projected office, would need to have the support of a geopolitical group. And it was ascertained in that case that for Cairo, that support had come from the Arab group as their preferred choice. However, Mr. President, the Honorable Speaker from Tanzania is right that those concerns would be factored into the consultations that are taking place now. Those consultations have not concluded yet, and we have strongly encouraged the sponsors of the office in Cairo to be in touch with the coordinator of the Africa group in order to resolve any outstanding misunderstanding so that we can then speedily conclude these consultations. I do not know whether this is satisfactory to Madam Speaker or not, but as far as the Secretary General is concerned, the legal requirement for him to pursue consultations is that there is an endorsement by the geopolitical group concerned. We do have that endorsement from the Arab group of the IPU. But of course, those concerns that you have raised are legitimate, and I'm sure that the Egyptian counterparts would like to take that into consideration as we continue the consultations. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretary General. So, Tanzania, please.
Thank you so much. I just wanted clarity on one matter. Who is going to consult who? Is the Secretary General and his good office going to consult the Africa group, or it's Egypt who is going to consult the Africa group, or whose responsibility it is? Because we are going to give the mandate to the Secretary General to conclude and enter into agreements with the respective two countries. So who is going to consult the Africa group? That's the clarity I wanted, so that next time we don't have to blame anybody who is not really mandated by this body to consult us. That's all.
Secretary General.
Mr. President, I hear the speaker from Zimbabwe wants to take the floor.
I didn't see. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Speaker Mudenda.
And South Africa, please.
Yep. Mr. Speaker Mudenda, I understood that you wish to rise for speak.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Listening very carefully to the Secretary General, he appears to be saying that the office is for the Arab group. I think that's a misrepresentation. Our understanding, and with our conversation with my brother, Speaker of the House of Representatives in Egypt, and listening very carefully to the contribution by Yemen, the office is in Africa. The office will service Africa and its regional parliaments, and the service can be extended to the Arab League. We have no problem with that. But the insinuation by the Secretary General that the office for the Arab League, I think is wrong. First, is wrong in terms of the clear interpretation of geopolitical group. In terms of geopolitical group, Egypt is our sister republic who has contributed enormously towards the liberation of many countries on the African continent. And we have had great respect for Egypt as the cradle of African civilization and the decolonization process. And we cannot see how we can divest that relationship suddenly. And I believe our brothers in Egypt do appreciate that they've had a very strong historical and political relationship with African countries. And we have no qualms for the office to be also open to service the Arab League, and not the insinuation that has been given by the Secretary General. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before I give the floor to other speakers of Parliament, what I wish is it's real to understand two things, please. We had this discussion in Kigali. We are clever, we are not stupid, we don't need to repeat all the arguments 2, 3, 4, 5 times. We understood the situation. And so the situation is on the table and will be in account in the process of negotiation with Egypt, that we should find a dialogue process with the African geopolitical group, and only after the agreement will be achieved and all the requests of that we approved in Rwanda will be achieved, it will be possible to sign the agreement. I think that Secretary General understood very well what is the feeling of many colleagues from Africa. And I understand also that the Egypt authorities understood very well the feeling of our colleagues from Africa. We don't need to repeat the arguments 10 times because we are not stupid. And so I think I will request, if it's possible, to go ahead. But of course, I will give the floor, but please, we have a very tough agenda today. It is not possible. Otherwise, Dr. Jamal and the Speaker needs to host one more day the Assembly of IPU here in Bahrain. I know that everyone loves Bahrain, everyone wishes to stay one more day, but it is not in our schedule. We should finish our work today. And so, this way, South Africa.
On a point of order, Mr. President.
A point of order is in front of the intervention of South Africa.
The use of
Speaker
your word,
please. You have the floor, Mr. Speaker.
The use of your word stupid, we are not stupid.
We are not. No one.
Conversely, may mean those that are contributing are stupid.
No, sir, no,
I think that should be withdrawn.
No, never, sir. I just try to understand that you don't need to have 10 interventions to say something because the Secretary General, myself, and the Egyptian authorities understood the message that Madam Speaker from Tanzania expressed, and now I have 10 more interventions asking the floor. I think all them to repeat the same idea. This is, if someone thought that I am, or the Secretary General, or the Egyptian authorities, this is what I'm asking for. We understood very well the arguments of Your Excellency and from Madam Speaker, but if you wish to repeat 10 times, okay, we will hear 10.
No, Mr. President, it's not a question of repeating. It's a question of disabusing what the Secretary General said, that the office will be for the Arab League. That's what we want, disabused. That's all. Otherwise, there's no need for further debate.
Mr. President.
Speaker, is a point of order, Kenya? If yes, Madam from South Africa, Madam Speaker, I'm sorry, I need to wait a little bit because the point of order, in accordance with the rules, is first.
Mr. President, the Right Honourable Madam Turia, Africa Geopolitical Group. You know, when you refer the President as Speaker of Tanzania, you are not giving her a title because she is speaking on behalf of so many other countries, Africa Geopolitical Group. So when she is on the floor, she is not representing Tanzania, but Africa Geopolitical Group. Thank you.
Thank you for the clarification. Madam Speaker, excuse me if I don't address you well, but you know, when someone asks the floor, we don't know in what quality we'll speak. But now I understand very well, Madam Speaker presents the position of the African group and not the Tanzania. South Africa, I'm sorry now, where is South Africa? It's there. Madam Speaker, I'm sorry for the delay. You have the floor.
Okay. Thank you very much, Chairperson. I think it is a pity that this matter has been dragged for so long. And it has been dragged for this long now because of how you responded to the remarks which were made by the chair of the geopolitical group, the Speaker from Tanzania. I think we should accept that in the presentation of this matter for a decision, there was an omission, and that omission was the word consultation. And this is what the Speaker was saying. None of us are opposed to Egypt precisely because of the historical relations most African countries have with Egypt. And we do understand that Egypt, there would be certain things which maybe would not be able to provide, which Egypt can do. So, and therefore, there may be support for Egypt, but you shouldn't come across as though you are imposing the decision on Egypt. The principle of regional offices was agreed to. Not only was it agreed to, it was mentioned that these were pilots. And the issue did arise at the meeting of the geopolitical group that we need to be assured that the pilot in Egypt, that office will service both the African continent and the Arab League, because Egypt does belong to the Arab League, whereas geographically it is in the African continent. Those were the issues which were raised, and therefore I do want to say this, that I think it was an error, it was a mistake, it was an omission, and I think we should take, you should take responsibility for that, because the matter is raised now because you left the word consultation. Lastly, Chairperson, President, a country which has an interest in hosting cannot be assigned the task of being the one that goes around consulting. It should be the secretary of the organization, Secretary General, who goes out and consults with the geopolitical groups, and then you may go ahead afterwards and sign the agreement with Egypt. I repeat, none of the countries in the continent have a problem with Egypt. What is a problem is that decision being imposed on the continent rather than putting the emphasis on the consultative processes which must be undertaken. Thank you very much. And I don't want to repeat the issue raised by the Speaker Mdende. I think that word should never have even arisen. And also, when people are responding to issues which are raised by members, don't patronize us. Just talk to the issues and let's get an understanding, because this forum is a consultative forum by its nature. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam. South Sudan. Where is South Sudan?
I think it was in error, Mr. President.
Okay. So Egypt.
Thank you, President. Thank you to the Secretary General as well. You have clearly explained the situation and you have supported that with documentation. This decision was taken in Kigali. Subsequently, a number of requests were formulated by brother countries. We had meetings in Cairo and we explained the situation and then repeated that in Kigali. The Arab geopolitical group has given its consent. We're not talking about the Arab League here. We're not talking about the Arab League. That's not a member of the IPU. We're talking about the Arab geopolitical group. So please make that distinction between the Arab group and the Arab League. We shouldn't speak about the Arab League in this framework. Once the decision was made, we said that the mechanism that was agreed upon, namely that of creating a regional office in Cairo, was a mechanism that had been proposed by the Arab group. But this regional office will serve the whole of the regions of Asia and Africa. The aim of this regional office is to serve all our neighbours, all the neighbours that we have in Cairo, so there is no need to question that. The regional office will be at the service of all those members. There is no need for negotiation. So once and for all, I would like to clarify that. And of course, I would welcome all our African brothers and sisters to that office. That office will serve all the countries around us with no exceptions. And we know that the vast majority of our neighbours are African countries. Africa is our continent, and we consider Africa to be our mother, and we are proud of that.
Of course, not to give Morocco, just to Secretary General may confirm, but in our requests, one of them is to have the agreement of the geopolitical group. Otherwise, will not be possible to accept. If country A from Asia make one invitation to host, needs to have the agreement of the other countries of this geopolitical group to host the office there. This is one of the requests, I think, the written, or at least the agreement we achieved in Kigali. But I will give the floor to Morocco.
Thank you, President. I fully agree with you. We do not need broader consultations on this regional office. This decision was taken already. The decision to create an office in a Latin American country and in Egypt was already taken. I'd like to thank the former Speaker of the Parliament of Zimbabwe and the African representative. You spoke of the role that Egypt plays both in the Arab world and in Africa. We are an African country, and at the same time we are an Arab country. The same applies to Egypt. I think we all agree, don't we? The geopolitical groups, namely the Arab group and the African group, agree that we should create this regional office. I think the problem lies in the way in which the Secretary General explained the negotiation and consultation process. We're not talking about the Arab League. As the representative of Egypt just said, this is about the geopolitical group here at the IPU. I don't think that the majority of participants here want to pose obstacles to the creation of this regional obstacle in Cairo. As my colleagues have just said, this office will serve the Arab world and the entire geopolitical group of Africa. It will represent both the Arab group and the African group. So we would like any discussions to take that into account. This is an experiment, this office. We want to see whether it's effective, to determine whether the IPU could then create other such offices in other regions. Thank you.
Thank you, Morocco. Now to conclude the item, Secretary General.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, it has to be clear that the Secretary General did not at any time refer to the Arab League in these discussions. I referred to the Arab Geopolitical Group. That is the official entity within the IPU. Should be, as a matter of record, that should be clear. So I think that it is important that clarification be sought. You are being asked to give the responsibility to the Secretary General to conclude agreements when the conditions are right. And the Secretary General wants to receive clarification on those conditions. As far as I am concerned, those conditions are those that are included in this document that you approved in Kigali. And in that document, it was said one of the conditions is for the regional office to be established with the concurrence of a geopolitical group. I did point out that the geopolitical group that has sponsored this particular proposal for Egypt was the Arab countries. I do remember also that there were discussions in Kigali expressing concern. Now, my question to the Governing Council was whether agreement between the Africans and the Arabs would be a precondition for opening an office in Cairo. That is the clarification I wanted. And I do now, as a result of the discussions here, understand the sense of this meeting, that this office should not be seen as an Arab office alone, but an Arab plus Africa office. If that is the decision that you agree to, the Secretary General will proceed accordingly with consultations between all the sides. But I just wanted to be sure that concluding an agreement was not conditional on agreements between Africa and the Arab geopolitical group, because that was not one of the criteria that you identified in the document that you approved. I would like for us to protect ourselves, including the Secretary General. When he takes up a responsibility, he wants to be sure that he can fully implement that responsibility according to the spirit and the letter of the law. And that is why I thought it was important for you to clarify this matter for the Secretary General, for him to be able to implement it in a way that is satisfactory to the broad membership. I did not disagree with what Speaker Mudenda was saying. But of course, we can help facilitate consultations, but on the basis of something that is agreed to by the membership. I would not like to go and secure personal agreements that are not in line with what you are saying here. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. I saw that His Excellency the Speaker of Yemen wished to take. I will say, Excellency, please, 30 seconds.
شكرا سيد الرئيس. أولا
Thank you, President. Firstly, I would like to thank you and the Secretary General. You know that Egypt is going to welcome this regional office, but the regional office will be an IPU one, and it will be responsible for all the discussions that take place with the IPU. Egypt is not going to exercise its power over this office. We are all brother countries, and Egypt has always been at the heart of the Arab world and the African world, and there is therefore no need to forge a specific agreement on this. The IPU is responsible for this regional office, and you know that the idea has been advocated by the IPU. Egypt is simply the host country. Brothers in the Arab countries, including the Gulf, I would call upon you to support the creation of this office from a financial point of view, because Egypt certainly can't subsidize it. Perhaps I was misunderstood previously. Or perhaps I misspoke. So I just wanted to clarify what I said before to avoid any misunderstandings.
I would like to help the discussion by responding to the question that the Secretary General just posed. I mean, of course, we're not involved directly. We're not part of any of the regional groupings. But I think if we are discussing how to proceed, and if the Secretary General just asked the Governing Council whether he has to proceed with a clear mandate. I think that the question is whether the mandate is if there is a precondition to proceed further to have the agreement of the regional groupings concerned. For what concerns Italy, yes, it is a precondition to have the two regional groupings consulted, and that the consultation be done by the Secretary General. And I think this concerns us because it is a precedent that can hold also for other regions if we want to establish in the future other regional offices. So just to help the discussion go further.
Thank you, Italy. I think you clarified the situation. Can we go ahead with this clarification proposed by our colleague? So it's done. You can go ahead, Secretary General. This not easy task, but we hope all that we will end in a very positive way. Point 11, cooperation with the United Nations. The Secretariat and the Bureau of Standing Committee of United Nations Affairs prepare one approach and a roadmap that is in front of all of us. And so I will ask Secretary General if you wish to present it or if we can just adopt it.
Thank you, Mr. President. I recognize that delegates may not have had the time to read that note carefully. I just want to provide some background, some perspective, and that's all. And you remember that in Kigali you did adopt the new political project for the IPU with the United Nations. That included a number of actions that you were going to carry out in the context of the new IPU strategy. And one of the steps in that roadmap was a review of the structure, working methods, and strategies of the Committee on UN Affairs. When you approved the roadmap for the political project in Kigali, you asked clearly that the Committee on UN Affairs should be consulted before a clear-cut strategy was adopted for its mandate. Those consultations have now taken place between the Secretariat and the Bureau of the Committee on UN Affairs. A note has been prepared that has been discussed by the Committee on UN Affairs at this session of the Assembly, and we now understand that it has been endorsed entirely unanimously by the committee. The document is therefore presented to you by way of information to say that, yes, what you had asked to be done to consult the Committee on UN Affairs has taken place, and it has come up with a strategy and new working methods that it will henceforth follow in prosecuting its mandate. So, Mr. President, Council is being called on to take note of progress in the implementation of the roadmap and to take note of this note that has been prepared as part of the record of the mandate of the Committee on UN Affairs. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Secretary General. May we accept the roadmap and all the information of the note, and so mandate to go ahead with the implementation of it. No opposition. It's done. And we will go to the point 12. Report on the work of IPU Task Force on the peaceful resolution of the war in Ukraine. Once again, I will express my gratitude I wish to express my gratitude to all members of the task force, because it is a very hard work, but this is one of the spirits of our organization. When we have a conflict, and in this case a war, we should be involved, try to put an end, that is essential to save lives. And so all members of this task force are doing all the best. Sometimes a little bit frustrated, I know, because the war is not over, but they don't give up and continue. Thank you to all members of this task force. I will give the floor to one of the members, Madam Speaker of South Africa, to update all of us with the information of their efforts.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Colleagues, all members of the IPU who are here. Just a brief background, which reminds all of us that the IPU task force on the peaceful resolution of war in Ukraine was formed in March 2022. This was further to an emergency item resolution adopted by the 144th IPU Assembly in Nusa Dua. The primary objective of the task team is to promote political dialogue in support of peace-building efforts in strict observance of the UN Charter and the principles of international law, including national sovereignty, territorial integrity, and refraining from the threat and use of force. In the course of 2022, the task force held 6 online sessions. In July 2022, we undertook a first mission to Kyiv and Moscow to meet with the respective parliamentary leadership and better understand the situation on the ground and identify modalities favorable to the cessation of hostilities and a return to diplomatic dialogue. In October 2022, the task force met in Kigali in the context of the 145th IPU Assembly. We held meetings, hearings with the delegations from both Ukraine and Russian Federation, and reported to the Governing Council on our work. The task force deplored the global ramifications of the conflict, which have hindered countries' responses to the SDGs, the global health crisis, and the climate emergency. The war has also triggered a severe food and energy crisis with a negative impact on the economy and on political and social stability in several countries around the world. The task force underscored the responsibility of parliaments to defend the lives of the people and provide humanitarian relief. In turn, both parliaments welcomed the efforts of the task force in opening channels of communication and promoting parliamentary diplomacy, and underscored their willingness to engage in consultations. In December 2022, the task force issued a call urging the parliaments of both the Russian Federation and Ukraine to do everything within their powers to bring their respective governments to declare and implement a ceasefire, particularly during the brutal winter months, and prevent a humanitarian catastrophe. The task force also invited the parliaments to continue discussions in person at IPU headquarters in Geneva. In the meantime, it decided to engage with other organizations, including the European Union, the Council of Europe, and the OSCE, in order to gain a broader perspective of the situation. This meeting, this in-person meeting, should have taken place in February 2023. Neither the ceasefire for which the task force had called 4, nor a visit by both sides to IPU headquarters to continue consultation materialized. The head of the Ukrainian delegation responded that war-related financial restrictions impeded their ability to travel to Geneva. Whilst the Deputy Speaker of the Russian Council of Federation responded that political sanctions imposed by the Swiss authorities prevented the delegation from coming to Geneva. The IPU Secretariat reiterated that in keeping with the IPU's host country agreement, the Swiss authorities would provide visas for Russian MPs coming to Geneva on official IPU business. On the 13th of March 2023, the IPU task force met for the 8th time during the 146th IPU assembly in Manama. Task force members acknowledged that the situation on the ground and current geopolitics did not grant the necessary circumstances for a ceasefire to be implemented, nor for both parties to be brought to the same table. However, the task force reinstated its commitment to pursue spaces of dialogue in a bilateral manner, to meet more often, and to identify with both delegations possible ways to ease humanitarian consequences of the war. The task force has proposed to engage both Ukrainian and Russian delegations on the following points, identified, of course, as elements in which a level of convergence could be achieved. 1, nuclear safety. In other words, refraining from military attacks in the proximity of nuclear power plants. 2, food security, enhancing the current grain deal which was facilitated by the United Nations and Turkey. 3, protection of environmentally vulnerable sites. And 4th, access to and exchange of prisoners of war. The delegations from both Ukraine and the Russian Federation welcomed the work of the task force. They reiterated its importance, noting that the IPU is one of the last forums in which both parliaments are still present. They also noted that the unique strengths of the IPU included good and long-standing relations with both delegations, access to influential decision makers, and a strong network of partnerships within the global parliamentary community. The two delegations welcomed the task force idea to focus on specific points where small steps forward can be made, and expressed their interest in receiving a more detailed proposal from the task force. They also agreed to examine such a document and to respond to the task force with their views. So our next step following this meeting of the 13th are, 1, that the task force will send to the parliaments of Ukraine and the Russian Federation a letter detailing avenues to mitigate the humanitarian consequences of the war in the above-mentioned 4 areas, the ones I've just mentioned to you. The second issue is that the task force will seek to engage with other parties that may help bring about positive change in the context of ongoing escalation of conflict. And the last matter, once responses have been received, the task force will endeavor to find possible avenues of convergence and invite both delegations to convene in a suitable venue for continued discussions. The United Arab Emirates and South Africa stand ready to host such meetings. I thank you all. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for your presentation and again by your commitment, personal commitment in this task force to achieve the dialogue that is essential between both countries. I see that Ukraine wish to to raise the floor, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to make only 2 points with regard to this task force report. First of all, since the term ceasefire is mentioned several times in this document, I think what is really missing and what shouldn't be ignored in this document is a reference to the provisional decision taken exactly 1 year ago by the ICJ, by the International Court of Justice, on preliminary measures. I will quote only one phrase from this extremely important decision regarding ceasefire. It says that Russia must suspend the military operations launched in Ukraine on 24th February immediately. And my question is, why there is no reference to this important decision of ICJ, and what was the reaction of Russia to this implementation? It should be mentioned. We cannot ignore this. And second point, regarding the tone of the whole document, of the report, because when a person reads this document, he might get false impression that it's not understandable from this document who is the aggressor and who is the victim of the aggression. And when we use the term aggression, we use international legal qualification, international legal term. And that's why we should have the answer, because even in the title of this document, War in Ukraine, it's misleading. One might think that it's internal conflict, whereas from the perspective of international law, it's war of aggression committed by Russia against Ukraine. And we should be truthful about this. It's a very important issue. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Ukraine. I don't know if I did see other countries asking the floor, and that's why I will ask if Madam Speaker, on behalf of the task force, if you have any comment to the questions raised by the Ukrainian delegation.
Thank you very much, President. This is a report of the task force. Members of the task force are not here. However, I do want to make the point, which is this, that it is important for the task force to maintain its impartiality in the manner in which it conducts its business, but also in the manner in which it reports to assemblies such as this one. Thank you very much, President.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Secretary General, please.
Thank you very much. I appreciate what the delegate from Ukraine has just said, and what Madam Speaker from South Africa and member of the task force has said. Of course, that information that has been providing regarding the ICJ decision will certainly be looked into by the task force as it continues its deliberations. And clarification will be sought in that regard. Regarding the title of the report, the task force, the title of the task force is the title that was adopted by the membership of the IPU. It is not something that has been invented by the task force itself. That is its official title. But we do take the point that you have made about who is the aggressor or the aggressee. And I think it's very clear from the very beginning, from the IPU's very earlier deliberations on the war, that the aggressor is known and the aggressee is known. It's very clear to everybody. And it's a matter of record that this is the case. So thank you.
Thank you. We took good note of the report, and we will incentive our colleagues that are members of this very important mission to go ahead with all the efforts. We go to the point 13, report on specialized meetings. the first one, I'm sorry, I think there is, because of logistic questions, Secretariat agree and propose that we can go forward to the point 14, and later on we came to the point 13. Why? Because the report of the Committee on the Human Rights of Parliamentarians is always a little bit extended, and try to avoid it to be interrupted during the lunchtime. This way we will begin and finish this report, and if we have time, we came back to the 13 because it is not so long. And so this way I will give the floor to Mr. Cogliati, the chairperson of the Committee of Human Rights of Parliamentarians, and again, thank you also to all members of this task force, of this committee, because they are defending our colleagues. And this is one of, for me, the most important committee of IPU. You have the...
Thank you so much, Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, dear colleagues. I have the honor to present to you the report of the Committee on the Human Rights of Parliamentarians. Our committee, during its session in Bahrain, held 11 hearings, in the course of which it met with the authorities as well as complainants. I would like to thank all of those who took the time to respond to the committee's invitation by video conference and in person here in Bahrain. During its session, the committee examined the situation of 250 parliamentarians in 14 countries. It also adopted admissibility decision in 2 new cases and declared inadmissible 1 case. The draft decisions that I will present for approval by the Governing Council concern 190 parliamentarians in more than 10 countries. But before I do that, dear colleagues, let me just say a few words about the importance of honoring and respecting the core values of our organization, the Inter-Parliamentary Union. Our organization was built on the premise of dialogue, inclusion, and the possibility for diverse opinions to be heard and shared in the context of our work. We know from our own parliaments that there can be fundamental and very serious disagreements in our chambers, even among ourselves. We know that it is not necessarily a joy to hear our opponents criticize us, but it is an essential ingredient of democratic life. Only by engaging with one another and keeping the door open to dialogue can we really advance together. We think it is critical that we honor the spirit of openness and inclusion within our IPU assemblies as well, irrespective of whether it concerns member parliaments or even permanent observers. Let me now turn to my presentation of the cases in alphabetical order per region. And let's first start with Africa and the Democratic Republic of the Congo. This is the first time, dear colleagues, that I am reporting to you on the situation of 3 parliamentarians in the DRC. One of them had its parliamentary mandate arbitrarily invalidated for absenteeism, and the 2 others were arbitrarily prevented from resuming their parliamentary functions. Despite the medical certificates explaining his absence, Mr. Papiniango's parliamentary mandate was invalidated for absenteeism. The second case concerns Mr. Martin Kabouya and Mr. Crispin Gbundu, who were prevented from resuming their parliamentary functions after losing their governorships and despite a ruling by the Constitutional Court in their favor. The committee wishes to receive the official views and observations of the parliamentary authorities on these cases and encourages the Congolese authorities to take all necessary measures to guarantee the fundamental rights of all members of the National Assembly. We therefore invite you to adopt the draft decisions on pages 5 and 8 and 28 and 31 of the English and French versions, respectively. If I may, dear colleagues.
I will ask, thank you, Mr. Chair. I will ask if someone wishes to make a statement about this case. No statements, so approved. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. Dear colleagues, I would now like to turn to Eswatini. This concerns the case of 3 parliamentarians, 2 of whom have been in detention on various charges since July 2021 in the aftermath of protests calling for democratic reforms in Eswatini. You have before you the report of the IPU trial observer who attended some of the court hearings in this case. His findings confirm our earlier concerns that the criminal charges brought against the parliamentarians come in response to their actions in support of political change. Moreover, the trial observer points to excessive delays in the legal proceedings and the unjustifiable dismissal of the parliamentarians' bail applications. Our committee sincerely hopes that the judge in this case will take due account of the observations made by our trial observer in reaching her verdict. At the same time, the committee remains keen to travel to Eswatini to discuss with the relevant authorities and other stakeholders the concerns and issues that have emerged in this case and hopes that this mission can take place as soon as possible. We invite you to adopt draft decisions on pages 10 and 6 of the English and French versions, respectively.
Merci beaucoup. Thank you very much. I have a question on this point. Are there any questions on this point? I see no questions. It is so adopted.
Bien. Thank you. Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you.
We now turn to Senegal. And firstly, we would like to thank the Senegalese delegation for the very constructive discussions we could have in our committee. We had discussions with the Senegalese delegation in the context of this very assembly, following which the committee adopted 2 decisions. One relates to the situation of Mr. Khalifa Sall, a former parliamentarian who had been sentenced to a prison term in 2018. The committee welcomes Mr. Sall's release following a presidential pardon in September 2019. We also welcome the information that the draft amnesty law, which could enable Mr. Sall to recover fully his civil rights, is being prepared, and that Parliament would like to receive the IPU's assistance in preparing this law. We invite the parliamentary authorities of Senegal to provide further information on how the IPU could best provide such assistance. We invite you to adopt the draft decisions on pages 24 and 34 of the English and French versions, respectively.
Merci beaucoup. Thank you very much. Are there any reactions on this point? I see none. No questions. It is so decided. Thank you, Madam President.
Turn to the second decision of Senegal concerning the situation of Mr. Ousmane Sonko, who is currently facing a judicial investigation. Although the committee is fully aware that justice should follow its course it also notes that in the past, other opposition candidates were excluded from the presidential race after being convicted by the courts. And we do hope that the trial against Mr. Sonko will soon lead to a final judicial decision in accordance with an independent and impartial procedure. We call on all the relevant national authorities to take the necessary measures to ensure that all opposition candidates and their supporters are being able to exercise the right to take part in the conduct of public affairs at the upcoming presidential elections. We invite you to adopt the draft decisions on pages 26 and 36 of the English and French versions, respectively.
Thank you, dear colleagues. Do you have any questions? I see none. It is so decided.
Je vous remercie, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam.
I now turn to Somalia. Regarding Somalia, the committee adopted a decision on the merits of the case of late Miss Amina Abdi, who was brutally assassinated in a bomb attack a year ago. The committee is appalled by this murder of a woman parliamentarian who was known as a fearless defender of human rights. We call on the authorities of Somalia to do everything to ensure that justice is done. We also urge the authorities to use the expertise of the IPU and other international bodies to this end. We invite you to adopt the draft decision on pages 28 and 39 of the English and French versions, respectively.
Thank you, dear colleagues. Do you have any questions on this point? I see none. Adopted.
Je vous remercie, Madame.
Thank you, Madam.
Now, regarding Uganda, the committee has adopted 3 decisions. The first one of which concerns the situation of 2 of our colleagues who had been arrested in September 2021. We are pleased to inform you that they were finally released on bail on 13 February 2023, and that we have been able to send a trial observer to Uganda to monitor those trial proceedings. We would like to thank the Speaker of Uganda for the information provided in writing on this case, and the Parliament of Uganda for the steps taken to monitor the situation of Mr. Sewanyana and Mr. Segiriana while in detention. We do remain, however, concerned about the reported lack of investigation into the allegations that they were tortured and the alleged political motivation on the criminal proceedings. We regret that the mission requested by this Council to visit Uganda has not yet received any official approval from the Ugandan authorities, and we do sincerely hope that the Parliament of Uganda will do its utmost to make this mission happen as soon as possible. We invite you to adopt the draft decision on pages 30 and 17 of the English and French versions, respectively.
Thank you. Dear colleagues, do you have any questions on this point? I see none. It is so adopted.
Madame la Présidente.
Thank you.
We also declared admissible 2 new cases regarding 2 female colleagues from Uganda, Ms. Betty Nambuze and Ms. Anna Adeke. We invite the Parliament to provide in writing the official views on the allegations made in both cases. We invite you to adopt the draft decision on the case of Ms. Nambuze on pages 33 and 20 of the English and French versions, respectively, and of her colleague, Ms. Anna Adeke, on pages 35 and 22 of the English and French versions, respectively.
Thank you. Dear colleagues, do you have any questions on this point? No questions. Adopted.
We now turn turn to the Americas. And first, Venezuela. Regarding the collective cases in Venezuela, which you all know for quite a long time now, the committee reaffirms its long-standing position that the continued harassment of parliamentarians elected in 2015 is a direct consequence of the prominent role they played as opposition MPs. We are also convinced that the issues involved in the prison case are part of the broader complex situation in Venezuela. We reiterate the IPU's readiness to provide support for any effort to strengthen democracy in Venezuela, including the ongoing process of dialogue. We invite the Venezuelan authorities to provide further information on how best the IPU can help. We invite you to adopt the draft decision on pages 37 and 42 of the English and French versions, respectively.
Thank you. Dear colleagues, do you have any questions? I see none. It is so decided. Thank you.
We now turn to Asia, and first Cambodia. The draft decision before you concerns the long-standing case of 42 former parliamentarians, all belonging to the Cambodian National Rescue Party, dissolved by the Supreme Court in 2017. We had a fruitful exchange with the Cambodian delegation here in Manama and understand that the invitation extended to our committee to travel to Cambodia to discuss the concerns in this case is still in place. We hope that this mission can really take place as soon as possible and in any time before the national elections of July 2023. In the meantime, we recommend that the authorities in Cambodia urgently resume political dialogue with all opposition parties, both in and outside Cambodia. Only then will they be able to build trust and find solutions to the current political situation. Dear colleagues, we invite you to adopt the draft decision on page 1 of the English and French versions, respectively.
Thank you very much. Dear colleagues, do you have any comments? Cambodia has the floor.
Mr. President of Human Rights Commission Committee on the President of Human Rights Committee of the Parliament. Your Honor, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I reject the draft decision. Second, we did explain to you on 11th of March with the committee and explain to you everything concerning the charges. Another thing too, on page 4 and on page 3, line 4, you said that the 45 political parties had registered to participate in the election. We're talking about 45 political parties registered in the Ministry of Interior, not to the NEC yet, the National Election Committee yet. Another thing that I was really concerned that concerning the investigation. I am the President of the Human Rights Commission, Complaint and Investigation. When I received the complaint, we did investigate thoroughly. We go, we talk to them, we visit the site before we make decision, before we send to the different institutions to solve it. I'm really concerned that did you really investigate very good concerning the charge by the plaintiff. I'm really concerned. That's the reason that, you need to do real thoroughly, because if you just receive the phone call or you just see the letter from the plaintiff, I think that's not enough. I would like to appeal to all the people here to think about it before you vote, because is it really you have made a really thoroughly investigation? You talk to the person, you visit him, or they met you, and Just I'm really concerned. Thank you, Mr. President. That's all.
Thank you. We have taken due note of your observations. I believe that this can be adopted with reservations. If there are no further questions, that's what we shall do. It is so decided.
Merci, Madame.
Thank you, Madam.
Let me now turn to the case of Pakistan. As for Pakistan, I am pleased to share with you that owing to the mobilization of a number of parliamentarians and other actors across the political spectrum, Mr. Ali Wazir was released on bail, having spent 26 months in a remand prison. The committee remains concerned by the impunity for the many allegations of harassment and arbitrary abuse against Mr. Wazir, as well as by allegations that due process guarantees have not been followed, despite the actions taken by the parliamentary authorities. The committee calls on the authorities of Pakistan to do their share to ensure that this crime is not left unpunished and to ensure that the underlying factors for the pattern of impunity in Pakistani cases are addressed, including by bringing legislation in line with Pakistan's international obligations. This appears to be the only way to prevent the recurrence of such cases. Dear colleagues, we invite you to adopt the draft decisions on pages 21 and 24 of the English and French versions, respectively.
Thank you very much. Dear colleagues, do you have any questions? I see none. Adopted.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you, Madam President.
I now turn to the MENA region and to the cases in Iraq. The committee would like to thank the Iraqi delegation for the very constructive and fruitful discussion it had on the case of former Iraqi parliamentarian Mr. Ahmed al-Awani and welcomes the visits carried out to Mr. al-Alwani in detention and the steps taken by the judicial authorities to follow up on the IPU's recommendations. The committee considers that the situation of Mr. al-Alwani should be seen as a national cause of concern. We therefore call on leaders to stand united for the protection and promotion of human rights by taking up Mr. al-Alwani's case before the highest authority to promote his release, uphold his rights, and ensure that he will not be executed as a result of politically motivated charges. The committee also reiterated its wish to visit Mr. al-Alwani in detention in the near future and to meet with the relevant Iraqi authorities to promote the resolution of this case. We therefore invite you, dear colleagues, to adopt the draft decisions on pages 14 and 10 of the English and French versions, respectively.
Merci beaucoup. Thank you very much. Dear colleagues, do you have any questions? I see none. We can adopt this.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you, Madam.
And final case in Libya. The committee thanks the Libyan delegation once again for the very fruitful exchange and for providing detailed information on the steps taken by the Libyan authorities to shed light on Ms. Seham Sergiwa's fate. The committee expresses its support to all members of the Libyan parliament, particularly women parliamentarians, given the very serious challenges for their safety. The committee learned that the case of Ms. Sergiwa is still under criminal and judicial investigation by the Attorney General and that she was the victim of a vile online hate campaign which had led to her abduction. The committee also learned that such campaigns were routinely used to incite physical violence against parliamentarians and in particular women. And once again, on behalf of the committee, I would really like to express our full solidarities with our colleagues MPs in Libya who carry out their mission in a very sensitive and difficult, dire situation. The committee calls on the competent authorities to ensure that social media are not used to circulate hateful messages against members of parliament, particularly women parliamentarians, and urges the executive authorities to establish the truth of Ms. Sergiwa's case. Dear colleagues, we invite you to adopt the draft decisions on pages 17 and 13 of the English and French versions, respectively.
Dear colleagues, do you have any questions? I think then we can adopt this decision. Thank you. Thank you, Madam. If I may, I would like to say a few words by way of conclusion.
Madam President, dear colleagues from all around the world, the cases I have referred to here are only some of the very numerous cases before our Committee on the Human Rights of Parliamentarians. In view of the record-growing number of cases, we can see that being a parliamentarian today can be truly dangerous. Unfortunately, this trend is apparent in all regions of the world. Yesterday, in the afternoon, we had a fascinating panel discussion on parliamentary solidarity with MPs at risk. And it was, I must say, very moving to listen to the testimonies of many of our colleagues who have faced abuse, mistreatment, and even sometimes death, simply for doing their job. At the same time, it was also extremely inspiring and even encouraging to see that many of you, wherever it may be, are also extremely working so hard in order to support your colleagues in danger in other parts of the world. And thank you for that. Dear colleagues, to find out more about the specific actions you can take to help our committee, I really invite you to sign up to our contact list so that you can stay informed about the work of the committee and act accordingly. We really depend on your support, on parliamentary solidarity, in order to implement our decisions in practice. So please contact the Secretariat at the end of this session or during the lunch break so that you can remain informed. I would now like to thank from the bottom of my heart my very distinguished colleagues, members of the IPU Committee on the Human Rights of Parliamentarians of the IPU. It's a true privilege for me to be able to work with them. And I would also like to say, once again, like during every assembly, that we would not be able to carry out our mission without the incredible competence and without the very hard work of the Secretariat of the IPU in Geneva. And I recognize there Roger, I also see Roberto, I see Buteina, I also see Ilya. I really want to thank them, and I think we can really applaud as they are doing a wonderful job in order to save and protect our colleagues in danger around the world. Madam President, dear colleagues, thank you for your attention.
Je vous remercie pour la.
Thank you very much for that report. Thank you very much for the report of the Committee on the Human Rights of Parliamentarians, and I now give the floor to the Secretary General.
Madam President, thank you very much. I don't want to prolong the deliberations of the Council, but I just wanted, on this auspicious occasion, to recognize the important work that is being done by the Committee on the Human Rights of Parliamentarians of the IPU. This is a body that is doing a most noble piece of work that is always done almost all the time out of the limelight. We hardly see the members of this committee. I'm sure that not many of you know who the members of this committee are. It is because they are tucked away somewhere in a back room, working studiously and professionally, examining the cases that are before the committee. I want to use this opportunity to thank you, Samuel, you and your colleagues of that committee for the sterling job that you are doing in that committee. I have had the opportunity to work with you very closely during sessions, especially when you're meeting in Geneva, and I do know the many dilemmas that you face when you examine many of these cases, but I've always been heartened by the fact that you have always brought the welfare of your colleagues who are suffering abuse around the world to the fore. And that has been your guiding light, which I salute very much. On behalf of my colleagues, I want to assure you all of that committee that we'll continue to give you our best support. We want to give you our best support so that you continue to do that noble work that has been entrusted to you by the various members of this organization. Thank you very much to all the members of the Committee on Human Rights of Parliamentarians.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary General. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Secrétaire.
Thank you very much.
Get my hand up from South Africa.
D'accord.
Okay. We give the floor to Thailand to be followed by South Africa.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Madam Chair. First of all, I'd like to thank the Chair of the Human Rights for MPs Committee for their excellent job. Yesterday, I attended the meeting briefly of the Standing Committee, and there were two cases raised and not appearing in the report today. Two of which are members of the ASEAN countries, my neighbors. First case is the case of Myanmar. You know that middle of last year, there has been an execution of political prisoners, 4 of them, and maybe more now, by the military government. One of them is a friend of mine, personal friend of mine, who I had the opportunity to have met him in 2018. And I didn't expect that it was the last time that I see him. And executing political prisoner is beyond imagination. It's unacceptable. And I think IPU must do more to stop this and to ensure that military government would move forward to democratic election quickly. In the meantime, Thailand is a receiving end of so many refugees from Myanmar, and we therefore seek IPU members to assist Thailand in humanitarian assistance to the best of your ability. Second case is the case of Senator De Lima in Philippines. You know that she has been detained on a pre-trial detention for 6 years. And up to this date, there has been not even one case that there is sufficient evidence to prosecute her. And therefore, with the change of regime at this point, it is an opportunity for IPU to take a more important step, more serious step, to demand immediate release of Senator De Lima. Thank you.
Je vous remercie.
Thank you very much. I thank Thailand, and I now give the floor to South Africa, after which I will give the floor to the Secretary General, who will come back to this matter. Thank you. South Africa, please.
Thank you, Madam President. May I first make use of the opportunity to thank the Committee on the Human Rights of Parliamentarians for the superb work that they are doing, and it serves as a beacon of light for those parliamentarians who are subjected to human rights abuses across the world. We personally had experience of the work that the committee is doing when the Speaker of our National Assembly of Parliament was requested to appear due to a complaint that was laid against her. And we accompanied the Speaker on Monday, the 13th of March, to this hearing that took place. The Speaker was asked to make presentations on an incident that occurred in Parliament during the State of the Nation address by the President of the Republic. And the complaint was heard when the Speaker gave her side and version of events that occurred. On a procedural point, we want to inquire, when are we going to get the outcome of that engagement, the written presentations, as well as the physical appearance of the Speaker in front of this committee? Thank you very much.
Thank you. I now give the floor to the Chair of the Committee on the Human Rights of Parliamentarians.
Distinguished colleague, dear Mr. Deputy Speaker, I have to say that we had an extremely fruitful discussion with your entire delegation and especially with Madam Speaker. And we would like once again to commend her great leadership in South Africa and in your parliament. Regarding the decision of this case, the case was declared inadmissible. Thank you.
Madam, you're finished?
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. I now give the floor to the Secretary General.
Very much. I would like just to compliment what the President of the committee has said. The committee will be, I will, as Secretary General, be communicating the decision of the committee directly to the parties concerned, including Madam Speaker of the South African National Assembly, whom I also thank for her spirit of cooperation. Regarding the issues raised by the honorable member from Thailand, I want to let you know that because of the caseload of the Committee on Human Rights of Parliamentarians, it is not always possible to report publicly on all the cases. So it has adopted a strategic approach whereby it focuses on a number of cases that it reports to you on for decisions, but it continues to be apprised of the other cases and come back to you in due course with answers. That is the case of Myanmar, and I do understand that for Mrs. De Lima, a decision was taken as early as in January this year when the committee met. So, and precisely stating what you have asked, that is asking for the release of Senator De Lima because the conditions or the challenges, the charges leveled against her are unfounded, according to the Committee on Human Rights of Parliamentarians. So this is on record, just to assure you that those cases have not been forgotten, including Myanmar. Myanmar is a case of ongoing concern for the committee, and it will report to you as and when it has advanced in its deliberations. So thank you. Whatever information you have that can guide the committee, please feel free to provide this to the Secretary General, who will convey to the committee members as the case might be. Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Secrétaire.
Thank you, Secretary General, for that clarification. Thank you to the Chair of the Committee on the Human Rights of Parliamentarians as well. I think we can now move on to item 13, report on specialised meetings, and we give the floor to our colleague from Egypt. Thank you. This is for the parliamentary meeting on the COP. Is he here? Excellent.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Dear colleagues, it gives me great pleasure to stand in front of you here today to read to you the report on the parliamentary meeting at the COP27 in Sharm el-Sheikh in Egypt. The global parliamentary community came together in Sharm el-Sheikh, Egypt, on the 13th of November at the parliamentary meeting held on the occasion of the 27th session of the Conference of the Parties of the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. The meeting was jointly organized by the Inter-Parliamentary Union, IPU, and the Egyptian House of Representatives. It brought together nearly 200 participants from over 50 countries to identify inter-parliamentary solutions to tackle the climate crisis. Parliamentarians and experts engaged in rich discussions on how to discuss and address key climate issues, including emission reduction, scaling up adaptation efforts, and mobilizing climate finance. The meeting provided a platform for parliaments to share concrete climate solutions, including supporting technology transfer to developing countries, creating financial incentives for green investments, and approving dedicated climate funding for both adaptation and mitigation. The parliamentary meeting concluded with the adoption of an outcome document that outlines a path forward for strengthening action on climate change post-COP27. It affirms parliamentarians' commitment to adopt laws and legislative models that support climate change, mitigation and adaptation, and the transition to a green economy, and to fulfill their country's commitments and obligations under the Paris Agreement. It also calls on parliaments to support additional and separate funding for loss and damage, which was also a key outcome of the wider COP27 proceedings. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the document and this is the draft, and it's all now in your good hands. Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Merci beaucoup. Merci.
Thank you very much. Thank you for that statement. We will now project the video on the workshop that took place in Argentina in November relating to trade-related challenges. Could we see that video, please?
Merci pour la vidéo.
Thank you for that video. Secretary General, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam President. I just want to indicate that this workshop is part of the cooperation that we enjoy with the World Trade Organization. As you know, we do have a mechanism in the IPU, the Parliamentary Conference on the WTO, which allows parliamentarians from across the world to provide some oversight over the rules-based trading system as articulated by the World Trade Organization. So this meeting in Argentina was intended to apprise the members of parliament on the major challenges that are being faced in the trade matters around the world and how parliaments of the region could contribute. It was done in cooperation with the World Trade Organization, and there is the understanding that we'll continue to do this type of activities for parliamentarians across the world. Let me, on behalf of us all, thank Speaker Nadi of Guyana for the strong leadership that he has provided as the co-chair of the IPU, the Parliamentary Conference WTO Steering Committee, who has been very, very energetic in prosecuting the agenda that you have set for yourselves, that of providing oversight on the work that is being done by the WTO. Thank you very much, Madam President.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Secrétaire Général.
Thank you very much, Secretary General. Let's now call upon our colleague from Morocco on the Regional Forum for Arab Countries on the 2030 agenda. Thank you, Madam President, colleagues, guests, ladies and gentlemen. The 2022 Forum on the 2030 agenda took place in the UN offices in Beirut from the 29th to the 30th of November 2022. It was jointly organized with the IPU and the UN ECOSOC for West Asia. It was also supported by the UNDP, and it's the annual opportunity for parliamentarians to discuss among their peers how legislation, work and representation feeds into the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals. It's part of efforts to pursue partnerships between the IPU and the economic body at the UN. And it's jointly organized. It's been jointly organized with the UN body since 2019. The 2022 edition of the event was focused on the role of parliaments in the region where climate-related action is concerned, with a particular focus on the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals. The Arab region is one of the most vulnerable regions of the world where climate change is concerned. Despite the wide-ranging natural resources in the region, the negative impacts of climate change are threatening the ability of the region to achieve the SDGs. The objectives relating to poverty, hunger and sanitation will be out of reach if we do not mount a rapid response to climate change. This event gave rise to very animated and constructive discussions that led to the adoption of a key message and some recommendations for action. One recommendation mentioned the recommendation of setting up a multi-sectoral parliamentary body made up of members of the competent parliamentary committees, agriculture, environment, finance and so on, to suggest the necessary measures to be taken on climate so that we can achieve the SDGs. The participants agreed that the structure of this parliamentary body should be tailored to the context, needs and national characteristics. Participants shared their experiences. They debated a number of significant initiatives launched by their respective parliaments in this area. The importance of strengthening internal coordination was emphasized, and there was a consensus around the fact that to achieve the SDGs across economic, social and environmental areas, parliaments need to ensure that the SDGs and other key objectives relating to the climate are integrated into their work. The forum agreed that parliaments should establish parliamentary bodies that are dedicated to this area to improve effectiveness, communication and sharing of experiences in this regard. Everyone there was pleased to hear that they could count on the IPU and the UN partner. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you for that. We would now like to ask Mr. Khalifa of Burkina Faso to speak to us about the achievement of the SDGs and the event that was held on that. Thank you.
Merci, Madame.
Thank you, Madam. Colleagues, guests, ladies and gentlemen, the second regional seminar on the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs, took place from the 5th to the 7th of December 2022. Over 50 participants from 10 African countries met in Djibouti for this significant event, which, after 3 years of the pandemic, enabled us to meet once again in person to take stock of the situation and think about specific steps that we can take to help rise to the structural challenges and stimulate inclusive and sustainable development for all. We drew on the conclusions of seminars organized by the IPU jointly with the Ugandan Parliament in 2017, as well as an online event that was organized for the region in 2020. We had participation from international and regional experts, and we were informed about the pace of progress towards the SDGs on our continent. According to UN data, African countries have moved forward with 15 of the 17 SDGs, particularly on inequality, hunger, health, education, and clean water. We should redouble our efforts to ensure that the SDGs are on track for being achieved. Climate change, conflicts, forced migration, and the socio-economic impact of COVID-19, among other factors, have once again called into question our ability to achieve development. On the basis of our respective experiences and lessons learned, we have set out a number of measures that parliaments should implement as a priority. Here are some of those. Parliaments should integrate the SDGs into their main lines of parliamentary work to ensure that they are fully implemented in their countries. We should ensure that governments be accountable, for instance, through written questions or public hearings about the goals that governments have committed to in fighting climate change. We should bolster cooperation and coordination between parliaments and other national institutions that are working to achieve respect for human rights and sustainable development. We should promote the implementation of the International Sanitary Agreement of 2015, which is a piece of international legislation that sets out what countries can do in terms of public health when facing pandemics, or to ensure public health and ensure that national development plans are in line with the SDGs. If not, they should advocate for their full and cross-cutting implementation, particularly in their national budgets. In line with the IPU strategy 2022 and 2026 and the commitments that we've made to give priority to steps towards sustainable development over the next 5 years, I'd like to encourage you to implement the decisions that were taken in this regard in your respective parliaments. I am counting on all of you to join our efforts. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this report. And I'd like to call on Mrs. Muti, Speaker of the Gambian Parliament, who's going to give the report on the Parliamentary Forum at the 5th Conference of UN on the least developed countries, which was held in Doha in March 2023.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Dear colleagues, I am Nelly Butete Kashumbamuti, the Speaker of the National Assembly of Zambia. It is my honor today to report on the Parliamentary Forum that was held at the 5th United Nations Conference on the Least Developed Countries on 4th March in Doha, Qatar. The forum saw the participation of about 70 members of parliaments from 30 countries. It was the last step of the IPU-led parliamentary track to this major UN conference, which served to raise awareness of a new program of action for the least developed countries. There are 46 least developed countries in the world with a population of 1.1 million people. The Parliamentary Forum was organized by the IPU and the Shura Council of Qatar in close cooperation with the UN. Its key messages can be summarized as follows. Firstly, the LCDs will not advance much without deep reform in global economic governance to level a playing field that remains heavily biased in favor of the more advanced countries. Secondly, the LDCs need to pay greater attention to their domestic governance by preventing or quelling conflict and by stimulating economic and trade synergies among themselves. Thirdly, greater sharing of experiences and mutual learning among LCDs, capitalizing on local knowledge, investment and institutional reform provide a critical path forward. Fourthly, the LCDs don't want charity, and certainly not aid that does not truly benefit them. They want to enjoy their right to development as recognized by the United Nations. Fifthly, the LDC agenda that is now represented by the Doha Program of Action is not marginal, but rather central to all work of the Sustainable Development Goals. The SDGs cannot be fully implemented on a global scale as long as the LDCs do not rise up the development ladder. The Parliamentary Forum made it clear that the role of parliaments and parliamentarians will be key in all of this. Through their legislative, representative, and oversight responsibilities, parliaments must hold governments accountable for the implementation of the DPOA, making sure that all governments, not just the LDCs, internalize this new plan through institutional and policy reforms. All acts of legislation, including the national budget, need to be attuned to the relevant provisions of the DPOA in tandem with the SDGs. We need to work harder to make parliaments more effective at implementing these global commitments. Too many parliaments, particularly in the LDCs, lack the capacities or the legislative authority to oversee governments. As Speaker and as a member of the IPU, I am proud of our contribution to this conference. It provides yet another illustration of how IPU and the UN can work together and support each other in the pursuit of their shared objective for peace and sustainable development around the world. I thank you.
Merci. Thank you. Dear colleague, thank you for this report. I'd like to call on France to give us the report. It's the Committee on the Status of Women that was held in New York in March. Madam President, dear colleagues, it's my pleasure to report on the parliamentary meeting organized jointly by the IPU and UN Women at the 67th session of the Committee on the Status of Women. The meeting was held a few days ago on the 7th of March at UN headquarters in New York. It brought together 75 parliamentarians from 23 countries and other stakeholders. The meeting focused on a crucial theme, namely the role of parliaments in the promotion of gender equality thanks to technology. The meeting was opened by our president, Mr. Duarte Pacheco, and Mrs. Sarah Hendricks, who directs the program and policy for UN Women. I had the pleasure of chairing the meeting at the first half day, followed by Leah Quartebele, who's a member of the Committee on Human Rights of Parliamentarians of the IPU, in the afternoon. Discussions highlighted three key areas where parliaments can and must be mobilized to ensure that technological progress respects the rights of women and girls and fosters gender equality. I'd like to say there's a positive side to technology, namely the empowerment of women, and then you have the area where we have to be watchful in terms of gender equality. Parliaments must ensure that technological innovation is led by women and fosters their empowerment. We thus increasingly encourage more women to study sciences, technology, engineering, and mathematics. And also, it's necessary to adopt positive measures when it comes to resource allocation. We talk about financing public tenders in order to enable more women to come to the fore in this area. Second, parliaments should do more to combat violence against women and girls, which may be facilitated by technology. We have to adopt laws against all forms of abuse and ensure there are effective measures of implementation. This should apply to all sexist facets online: exploitation, pornographic, revenge, which mainly concerns women and girls. Online violence against women parliamentarians also calls for specific measures, both in terms of the law and the internal procedures of Parliament. Third, our parliaments must improve their understanding of technologies in their own work. The COVID-19 pandemic showed unexpected advantages of hybrid meetings for parliaments. This fosters a diversity of methods, and we can be closer to the population and better reconcile household responsibilities in our political careers. This is a roadmap which I would invite us all to implement in our respective parliaments. Dear colleagues, the day after the parliamentary meeting, the IPU also organized a parallel event called Achieving Gender Equality in Decision-Making by 2030. What means for implementation? This event was jointly organized by the CEDEF committee, the UNHCR, and UN Women in conjunction with the Coalition of Action on Women's Movements and Leaderships, and it comprised several states. This conference enabled experts and parliamentarians and government representatives and representatives of civil society to share their experience in favor of gender equality and a feminist approach in decision-making. There will be forthcoming general recommendations from the CEDEF committee on equal and inclusive representation of women in decision-making systems, and there the IPU is, of course, involved. IPU data presented and our work on gender equality and violence against women parliamentarians, this report was particularly welcomed. I was very pleased indeed to be involved in the IPU's work on the Committee on the Status of Women, which has achieved very fruitful work. Thank you. Thank you very much for this report. I would call on David McKinley to report on the meeting held in New York in February 2023.
Colleagues, on the 13th and 14th of February, just this year, the IPU and the United Nations held their annual parliamentary hearing. The hearing was entitled Water for People and the Planet. Stop the waste, change the game, and invest in the future. The topic was chosen in view of the United Nations Water Conference taking place next week, March 22nd to 24th, in New York. And it comes hard on the heels of the historic United Nations agreement on protecting marine biodiversity in international waters, concluded just last week after 2 long decades of negotiation. Water and sanitation correspond to one of the Sustainable Development Goals, that would be SDG number 6. And this event was one part of the IPU's commitment to help implement all of the SDGs by 2030. Some 150 parliamentarians from 46 countries participated in vigorous discussions throughout 7 sessions, as well as a special briefing on the future of multilateralism conducted by a special envoy for the Secretary General. Colleagues, in case we need reminding, there is no understating the facts. 1 in 4 people lack access to safe drinking water, and almost 50% of the global population does not have safe sanitation. Water is related to most disasters, and about 1.2 billion people are at risk of floods. Exploitation, pollution, and climate change are intensifying water scarcity, undermining the food supply and the health of billions of people. And in case you're not aware, water is increasingly becoming a global and national security issue because it leads to conflict and it leads to dislocation. Action on water and sanitation is urgent, yet most governments are not paying attention. It's our job as parliamentarians to change that. And I hope that, like me, many of you brought home to your parliament the spirit of the discussions, and that we are working to engage with our governments around the UN Water Conference and in the years to come. Finally, colleagues, I'm pleased to report that in keeping with the IPU's political project vis-à-vis the United Nations, many members in New York engaged with their United Nations ambassadors and with senior officials of the United Nations working on issues important to their nation. It's important to remind United Nations ambassadors that parliamentarians are capable of being of enormous help, can ground truth their findings, and help with the take-up of UN resolutions and outcomes at a domestic level. So these hearings are a great opportunity for all of us as parliamentarians to join together and with our diplomats to work together on our shared agenda. Thank you so much for your attention.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, sir. Now we've finished with item 13 on the report on specialized meetings. So we shall go on to 14, and I'd like to give the floor to the President of the Forum to report on the Forum of Women Parliamentarians.
Madam President, Mr. Secretary General, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, I'm pleased to report on the 35th session of the Forum of Women Parliamentarians that I had the honor to preside over. The forum met on 11th and 14th March. It was attended by 228 participants, including 186 parliamentarians from 66 countries. We had 161 women parliamentarians and 25 men parliamentarians in attendance. The session was opened by the IPU President, Mr. Pacheco, and the first Deputy Speaker of the Shura Council of Bahrain, Mr. Jamal Fakhro. I want to thank them for their remarks on the leadership of women, which the world must no longer do without. The Forum considered the draft resolution on cyberattack and cybercrimes from a gender lens, highlighting how women and girls are targeted of technology-facilitated gender-based violence, including sexual harassment, threats, stalking, bullying, and sexist hate speech. We agreed that such cybercrimes should be urgently prevented and addressed with gender-sensitive, comprehensive, and victim-centric legislation. Equal access of women and men experts in cybersecurity sectors should also be our priorities. I'm happy to say that the amendments submitted by the Forum to the draft resolution were included in the text adopted by the Standing Committee on Peace and International Security. I look forward to the resolution being adopted by the Assembly later today. We also focused our work on our responsibility of putting gender equality at the center of water security, climate resilience, and peace sustainability. We agreed that it was crucial to increase women's participation at all levels in these fields. It is also urgent to develop gender-responsive strategies and measures related to water management, climate change, mitigation, peace processes, as well as reconstruction of recovery efforts. Dear colleagues, I would like you to join me in congratulating the new members of the Bureau of Women Parliamentarians who have been elected during this assembly. The Forum elected Ms. Lopez Castro from Mexico as president of the Bureau, Ms. Elimi from Algeria as first vice president, and Ms. Nassif Ayoub from Egypt as second vice president. Congratulations to all three. I would also like to recognize Ms. Lesia Vaselenko, the outgoing president of the Bureau of Women Parliamentarians, and on behalf of all of us, really, thank her mostly for her presidency, which was carried out in particularly sad circumstances. However, she never failed to make herself available to carry out her duty. I will never forget her joining our first Bureau meeting online in 2021 from the hospital's maternity, where she had just given birth. I will also never forget her courage and resolve to stand for women, their protection, and their empowerment everywhere. Dear Lesia, rest assured that we will continue to fight for every woman and every girl. Before I conclude, I thank you all having joined this 146th IPU Assembly. It was a great pleasure for me and my country to welcome you all. I hope you enjoyed your stay in Bahrain and wish you a safe return to your countries. Thank you for your attention.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Fayez. We wish to congratulate you on the work that you have accomplished. You held a lot of meetings. We all know how complicated it was at the time. We'd like to congratulate the new president from Mexico, Mrs. Lopez Castro, the first vice president, Mrs. Elimi from Algeria, the second vice president, Mrs. Nassif Ayoub from Egypt. I would like to ask the Assembly if we can endorse these decisions. Thank you. I'd like to call on Mrs. Albazar, President of the Forum of Young Parliamentarians of the IPU, to take the floor on behalf of the Forum.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, dear colleagues and friends, I'm glad to share with you the updates of the Forum of Young MPs here in Bahrain. This week we brought together 60 young MPs from 58 countries. About 37% of them were women. Yes. I want to thank the IPU President for joining us. He urged young MPs to continue working on promoting youth participation so to stay on the top of the agenda of IPU. I promised the President that we will continue working on this. As we looked at the progress we made in the last 2 years, even through COVID standing on our way, we accomplished so much. One of the big successes is the new virtual empowerment series for young MPs, where we gather every 3 months to empower each other and have experts talking to us about the most pressing global issues. And I'm thrilled to say that this empowerment series will continue in the future. In the forum, we had the chance to hear from each other the achievements we did on a national level. So we had to hear about creation of youth caucuses, newly elected young MPs, increased engagement with political parties, and more. We also talked about the progress that we achieved on the I Say Yes to Youth in Parliament campaign, because until now we have more than 1,000 endorsements and signatures from even head of states. To bring the youth perspective in the theme of general debate, we discussed the leadership role young MPs can play to promote peace. Therefore, I want to repeat the calling of the Egyptian President Abdel Fattah el-Sisi during COP27 to stop the war. We are the young people, and we deserve a peaceful future. That's why in the forum we discussed and emphasized on the importance of education, which promotes peace, inclusion, and tolerance, as well as legislations to combat hate and discrimination. In addition to presenting the youth overview reports to the resolutions before this assembly, we discussed special measurements to protect young people from the online harm. Dear colleagues, with the current board's mandate coming to an end at this assembly, I would like to express my gratitude for having the chance to serve young MPs over the last 2 years. And thank you. And thank the board members that work together in a dedication and efforts. And the good news is the forum has nominated the new board, and the new board has elected a new president, Mr. Dan Carden from UK. They have started their work by nominating a rapporteur for the coming assembly. Please allow me to seize this opportunity to congratulate them and wish them the best of luck in the coming 2 years. Thank you.
Just a second, Mrs. Albazar. Just allow me to say, we are not saying goodbye. Yes. Because you will stay with us, and as we know each other, I think that everyone understands Mrs. Albazar will continue to work very hard with IPU. Yes. We know that. But thank you for what you have done during our leadership with the Forum of Young Parliamentarians. And the new president has a very hard task, because you did it so well that what we are waiting from him is to do better, and I don't know if it is possible.
Oh, thank
you.
Thank you so much.
I'm sorry, I asked the help of our Secretary General. So we need to, the Governing Council is invited to endorse the election of the following board members for a 2-year term in March 2025. Mr. Carden from UK has been elected President of the Board. We endorse. Congratulations, and welcome to the Executive Committee as well in this capacity. But you will have a task very hard after what did Madame Albaza. From the African group, Mr. Bonchouit from Algeria, and Mrs. Buteka from Namibia. We may endorse these two proposals. From the Arab group, Mr. It Mik from Morocco and Mrs. Palanknas from United Arab Emirates. May we endorse the proposal of the Arab group? From the Asia Pacific group, Mrs. Esti from Indonesia and Mr. Fakafanua from Tonga. May we endorse? From Euro-Asia group, Mrs. Akobian from Armenia. May we endorse as well? From the group of Latin American and Caribbean, Mrs. Aguirre from Ecuador and Mr. Soto from Peru. May we endorse the proposal of the group? And from the 12+ group, already the new president of the board, Mr. Carden from UK, and Mrs. Rudenko from Ukraine. May we endorse as well? So, all them are now with the full endorsement of the Governing Council. Please represent very well and do all the efforts to defend the young people of our world. Thank you, sir, men and sirs. And we will go to the Middle East question. No, it is not present in this moment. Came later on. Committee to promote respect for international humanitarian law. And so I will invite Mr. Kiari from Kenya to promote, to present the report. Dear colleague, take the floor, please.
Mr. President, dear colleagues, yesterday, the 14th of March, 2023, the Committee to Promote Respect for International Humanitarian Law met in Manama, here in Bahrain. And let me take this early opportunity to thank the King and the people of Bahrain for the amazing hosting of this great conference. You will find in our report a set of documents, and so what I will do is just focus on 2 key points. In view of our mandate, we spent some time discussing the humanitarian crisis in Afghanistan, Myanmar, and Ukraine, focusing particularly on the plight of refugees and internally displaced persons. Since we last met in Kigali, we note very little improvement in the situations that the committee has been following. Between the 3 countries under review, there are close to 10 million women and men, girls and boys that have had to leave their homes and their entire lives behind. The great majority, averaging at 70% of them, are women and girls. In the case of Ukraine, this number is as high as 90%. These situations are becoming more and more complex, and new dimensions, such as the impact of the climate change or economic and social challenges in the host countries, add additional challenges to the provision of help, protection, and support. The high prevalence of gender-based violence is another area of great concern, which needs our urgent attention, support, and action. As parliamentarians, the question of impunity for the violation of international humanitarian law, including that by non-state actors, is a priority that we will discuss. Colleagues, we made a special plea with regard to the situation of Afghanistan. Life-saving efforts have become a priority for support agencies involved in the country, and we stressed the importance and necessity of securing access to health care and education for all women and girls. These should not be optional. I call you to bring these humanitarian situations for discussion in your respective parliaments and to escalate them to your geopolitical groups and to provide support for relief and assistance in the countries concerned, as well as the countries that are hosting these refugees. We observed firsthand the legal reforms adopted by parliaments to include refugees and integrate them in the host countries. This is the case, for instance, in Poland, and we know of the inclusion efforts and approach adopted by countries such as Rwanda and Turkey. And these are great best practice examples, and this is the way to go. By enabling inclusion in national systems with the right legislation, policies, and practices, states can ensure more holistic, effective, and coordinated response that can benefit both the host and the refugee populations greatly. I will end by reminding all of you of the Global Forum of Refugees that will take place at the end of this year in Geneva, and which will review implementation of Global Compact for Refugees. And many of the countries, including my beloved home country, Kenya, have committed pledges towards the Global Compact, and I invite all of you to engage your governments and review the situation prior to the forum. I also invite all of us to work towards committing new pledges for the realization of the set objectives of this very important global framework, which aims at facilitating and enhancing assistance and burden sharing. Mr. President and dear colleagues, I thank you all, and I wish you safe skies as you fly back home after this very important assembly in Bahrain. Thank you very much, shukran, and see you next time.
Thank you, dear colleague. I will ask if someone wishes to make any comments on this report. I don't see any questions. Thank you. And so we may consider that the Governing Council approves the report of the Committee to Promote Respect for International Humanitarian Law. No opposition is done. And the last report presented before lunch, then we came back at 2:30 to the others, is about the Gender Partnership Group. And I will invite the chair, Madame Canotet, pour présenter le report.
To present the report.
Before that, allow me to say two special thanks to Madame Canotet for the way she led the work during the great part of this morning. Thank you, Madame Canotet. And your success was so amazing that it was possible to go forward in many points of our agenda. Thank you for that. And thank you also for all the work done at the Executive Committee for during the last years as first Vice President of the Executive Committee. Now you have the floor, Madame Canoté.
Merci. Je vous remercie.
Thank you. Thank you, President. I thank you for your congratulations and encouraging words. I'd also like to thank the Secretary-General for the support that I've benefited from since I joined the Executive Committee until the point where I was elected as Vice Chair of the Executive Committee of the Inter-Parliamentary Union. So thank you very much. I would now like to make a report on the Gender Partnership Group. President, Secretary-General, colleagues, it's a pleasure to report on the work of the Gender Partnership Group. We began by looking at the composition of the delegations present at the Assembly, and we have beaten some records in Manama, some positive records, but also some negative ones. But let's begin with the positive records. Colleagues, 230 female parliamentarians are here, and that's a record for an assembly. In terms of percentages, 34% of the delegates at the assembly are women, which is slightly below the average for recent years, but 23 delegations came without any gender diverse delegations. So that's also a record, and we need to increase our efforts on that. 35 delegations out of 135 were gender balanced, meaning that 40 to 60% of them were women or men. And that's 25.9%. We need to forge ahead with that trend. We obtained the agreement of the Governing Council of the IPU in Kigali to hone a policy on harassment, including sexual harassment, at IPU assemblies and other IPU events. And that's based on the UN Code of Conduct. On the back of that decision, at this session, we began work on a more developed draft, and we hope that that will be ready for the next assembly. Colleagues, at our second meeting, we had the opportunity to speak with the delegation of the Maldives. For 4 years now, there have been significant forward steps in the Maldives relating to women's participation in politics. 36% of ministerial portfolios are entrusted to women. And municipal council seats have been allocated to women to the tune of 30% to facilitate their involvement in political life. However, for women in parliament, the situation is far from satisfactory. In the 2019 elections, women's representation in parliament fell to 4.6%, and there are currently only 4 women in a parliament of 87 parliamentarians. So there's a lot to do there. Sexist stereotypes and violence against women in politics, particularly online violence, as well as difficulties relating to combining public and private responsibilities, are key problems that they face. Legislative changes are expected in 2024, and this is the time, colleagues, to support our male and female parliamentarians in the Maldives to help them facilitate greater participation of women in the parliament there. Attempts are being made to establish quotas or special temporary measures for the legislative elections of 2024, and so there's progress that can be made there. On behalf of the Gender Partnership Group, I would like to congratulate the Maldives for the progress made, and I'd like to say to them that we are by their side for the steps to come. They can count on the IPU. And I hope, colleagues, that I can count on all of you here in supporting them. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Kanouté, and once more, thank you for your commitment to work in IPU in all positions that you assumed during these years. We will miss you, but of course, you will stay with us working hardly in IPU. So, may I ask the Governing Council if we may adopt and approve the report presented by Madame Kanouté on the name of Gender Partnership Group? By acclamation, great, it's done. Thank you, Madam. And it's time to make our stop to lunch. We will come back at 2:30 and we will try to anticipate the closing ceremony to 4 p.m. 4 p.m. We are doing our efforts with the authorities of our host country to see if it is possible. And so at 2:30, we will try to finish the agenda of the Governing Council and to begin our closing ceremony at 4. But please, we need the quorum at 2:30. Thank you so much. Have a nice lunch.
And I would like to give the floor to Mrs. Benveniste, the Committee on Middle East Questions.
Elle est là?
Is she present? Good.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam. Ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, it's my pleasure to report on the meeting of the committee on the 12th March 2023 with 12 members in attendance. This meeting focused on a certain number of points. The first point was the election of the new president of the committee. Mr. Hubert Julie Laferrière, a French MP, was elected to represent our committee as president. On this occasion, we reiterated our commitment to working together based on mutual comprehension and constructive dialogue. The mandate of the committee is designed, in fact, to build bridges between countries in the region, which could contribute to establishing lasting peace. The second point concerns the current situation in Israel and Palestine. We heard with great emotion a report on this topic, and this gives rise to deep concern given the deterioration in the situation owing to growing violence since the beginning of 2023, and certain incidents are considered to have been the most deadly for the last 20 years. We're concerned by the proportion of cases of discrimination, intolerance, and hate speech. Owing to the disquieting nature of the crisis in the region, we agreed to set up a think tank on Israel and Palestine. Its mission will be to take concrete initiatives with a view to reconciliation. Of course, other countries are concerned by the committee, and for this reason, other think tanks on the crisis in Yemen and in Libya should also be set up. Third point, a possible visit in the region. In order to meet its goals, the committee agreed to organize a visit in the region in order to acquire in-depth understanding of the situation by talking with the various parties. This visit would extend to Jordan, Israel, and Palestine. It might be an opportunity to propose a rapprochement in the region and move forward on the reconciliation process. For certain members, these times of tension could even give rise to opportunities for peace. The fourth point concerns the School of Science in the Service of Peace. A report was given within the committee. During the meeting, the Secretary of the Inter-Parliamentary Union informed us about the activities of the School of Science for Peace and an event held in CERN in Geneva from 5-9 December 2022. The CERN is the European Centre for Nuclear Research. There were 6 geopolitical groups which participated in these 5 days of conferences and workshops which looked into the shortage of water. This is an idea based on recreating peace through science. A follow-up meeting for parliamentarians focusing on food security and water will soon be held in Vietnam in June 2023. The second session of the School of Science for Peace will be held in July 2023 on climate change, followed by a conference for parliamentarians together with COP28 in the United Arab Emirates in December, or rather in November and December 2023. Of course, these initiatives and these positive results were commended by the committee. 5. The activities of UNRWA, the United Nations Relief and Works Agency for Palestine refugees in the Near East. We heard a report on the activities of UNRWA, their crucial role in providing aid to Palestinian refugees whose situation is increasingly deteriorating. It's a very serious situation given the financial crisis suffering from UNRWA, which lacks financing. Finally, and in the absence of fair, lasting solutions to the Palestinian refugee issue, parliamentarians must play a major role by supporting UNRWA and providing the requisite financial resources so it can fulfill its mandate. You will note the role of this committee, which unflaggingly seeks lasting peace in the region. Thank you for your attention, and let us bring tidings of peace and hope. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mrs. Benveniste, for this report. Secretary General. I'd like to invite Mouché Enanis to speak about health. Is Mr. Ignacio Echanis here?
Merci.
Thank you, President.
Thank you, General Secretary. The IPU Advisory Group on Health met on March 11 with 5 of our 12 members in attendance. It welcomed the 3 new members from Ireland, Pakistan, and United Republic of Tanzania, and the technical partners from the World Health Organization, the Partnership for Maternal, Newborn, and Child Health, UNAIDS, and Global Fund for Fights AIDS, tuberculosis, and malaria. The advisory group discussed ways to strengthen IPU relevance in the global health arena and to implement the health component of the IPU strategy. We agreed that the challenge of health is very broad and that we would expand our priority further but keep some key priorities and respond to their needs. The group reflects jointly about the importance of human rights obligation in the work of health. Restrictive laws and policies are still limiting the blocking access to services. Challenges exist, and we must do more to protect vulnerable populations, especially young women and socially marginalized groups. There is a lot that parliamentarians can, should do through political outreach. The advisory group decided to act on its outreach mandate. We agreed to organize a field visit this year to learn about the document practices related to equity in health, in particular for marginalized groups. We would be happy to receive proposals from the countries that would like to help us. We already have an offer from Pakistan on the table. The group also reflected about its rules and practices and agreed to continue these discussions with a view to further strengthen IPU relevance and work in the global health arena. We discussed IPU cooperation with the advisory group technical partners and were pleased to learn about the achievements and impact. We were apprised of upcoming joint activities, including first WHO IPU African Parliamentary High-Level Conference on strengthening health security preparedness that will take place in May in Cape Town in South Africa. Preparing for future emergencies would be central of our post-COVID efforts, and the advisory group is glad to support parliamentary mobilization around this issue. Equity in health should be the guiding star of our efforts to prevent and fight diseases and ensuring universal health coverage as a key step in this regard. IPU and WHO produced a handbook for the parliamentarians on this issue entitled The Path Towards Universal Health, which we are pleased to officially launch today. The handbook is a practical tool to enhance parliamentarians' understanding of the complex issues related with health coverage and to support the development of the requisite capacity in parliaments to take concrete actions to to deliver on health and well-being for the citizens. I encourage to all of you to take a copy and discuss in your parliament how to use this handbook. I am pleased now to invite a video from the WHO Director General, Dr. Tedros, on the occasion of this launch.
IPU President Duarte Pacheco, IPU Secretary General, my brother Martin Chungong, Excellencies, dear colleagues and friends. As members of Parliament, you're uniquely positioned to transform political commitments to UHC into reality. It therefore gives me great pleasure to launch the new UHC Handbook, a joint project of the IPU and WHO, which can help to guide you along the path towards universal health coverage in accordance with the landmark 2019 IPU resolution. The handbook and the accompanying briefs provide guidance on leveraging your roles in lawmaking, finance, taxation, and accountability to advance UHC. I encourage you to draw on the expertise of WHO and IPU and to engage at the high-level meeting on UHC at the UN General Assembly this September. To provide the support you need on the journey towards UHC, it's critical that WHO has the sustainable financing we need to do long-term programming in countries, deliver top-quality norms and standards, and respond to emergencies. Last year, your governments agreed to a stepwise increase of assessed contributions to WHO. I urge you to support the first phase of this increase when it comes before the World Health Assembly this May. Thank you all once again for your commitment to UHC and a healthier, safer, fairer future for your countries. I thank you.
Dear friends, I end by emphasizing that healthcare, as millions of deaths from the pandemic have shown us, is not just a fad or a minor matter. The pandemic treaty, mental health, rare diseases, primary care, vaccine patents, health budgets, the burden of cancer disease, digitalization, and health data, for example, are issues that need the attention of IPU. Also, the importance of training young people in health policies or sharing good practices between parliaments. The creation of new working group in WHO and other sectoral parliamentary associations in the field of health must encourage the IPU to make advisory group on health more relevant, more capable, and that is one of the conclusions and commitments of our group. And for that, the advisory group on health will develop a concept note that will be discussed in the next executive cabinet in Lisbon. I end by thanking all the members of the advisory group on health, as well as the Secretariat, for their work, their commitment, and their help to build a healthy world. Thank you very much, dear friends.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you. Thank you very much, sir. And I'd like to thank all your team. We'll call on the Secretary General to take the floor now.
Madam President, distinguished members of Council, I just wanted to take a few moments to reflect on this particular moment. Yesterday, when I presented my impact report, I did say that we were very anxious to develop democracy and strong parliaments, but this would only be instruments for serving the people. And one of the key areas, policy areas that we have identified for serving the people is health. You've just heard the report from the chair of the Advisory Group on Health. That is a statutory body of the organization that is dedicated to reflecting and directing policies on health matters in the IPU. I also said that the IPU does advocacy, stresses the important role of parliaments, but we cannot assume that all parliaments are on the same level of competence and capacities. They do need support, especially when you are dealing with highly technical matters. And that is why today we are pleased to launch a handbook for parliamentarians on universal health coverage. You'll remember way back in 2019 in Belgrade, in the context of the deliberations on the role of parliaments in promoting universal health coverage, you did adopt a very important resolution. You did launch a handbook on the same matter in the presence of my dear friend, the Director General of WHO. And today, a lot has happened since Belgrade. We've had the global pandemic, COVID, that has wrought havoc in the world today. We've learned a lot of lessons, and the world has evolved generally. So today, the two organizations, IPU and the World Health Organization, have decided to upgrade that handbook that was launched for the first time in Belgrade, coming up with a second edition of that reflects current realities, but also, as Dr. Tedros keeps telling all of us, the universal health coverage and global health security are two sides of the same coin. That is why we are working strenuously to promote parliamentary contribution to universal health coverage. And Dr. Echanis did actually mention here that there's going to be a major summit in Cape Town in May this year on global health emergency, trying to explain what it is that parliaments are required to promote global health security on the African continent. I encourage you to attend that meeting, which I believe has the potential to beef up our capacity to deliver on the common agenda of universal health coverage and, by extension, global health security. I would now like for us to come together, join hands. I see the IPU president is here. He may want to come up to the podium here so we can jointly launch this handbook. Duarte? Come. Where is she going? Mrs. Kanote. Come on, come on.
Join us.
Where's gender equality?
Please. Maybe in front.
We will now jointly launch this handbook. With Dr. Tedros, Director General of the WHO, in virtual attendance. Dr. Tedros, hi. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, madam. Now, we are going to the high-level advisory group on counter-terrorism and violent extremism, and I will give the floor, it's my pleasure, to the next chair of this high-level group. Please, you have the floor.
Cher Président,
President, Secretary General, it is a pleasure to present the report of the High-Level Advisory Group on Countering Terrorism and Violent Extremism, which took place on the 13th of March 2023. The elections for the post of chair and vice chair were held. I was elected as chair, and Agnes Vadai of Hungary was elected as vice chair. During the meeting, we discussed the results of 3 thematic meetings of the Call of the Sahel. We agreed on the following 4 overarching principles for engaging with the Sahel countries. Firstly, focusing on immediate action, not just talking or holding meetings. Secondly, harmonizing all global activities regarding the Sahel countries with regional and international initiatives. Thirdly, taking into account solutions emerging from the impacted communities, African-led solutions to problems affecting Africa. And fourthly, rebuild trust at the national and international level between all key stakeholders. After the first meeting, we held a second meeting in Algiers on the 26th and 27th of February 2023, and this was a joint initiative of the IPU and the National People's Assembly of Algeria. The theme was engaging communities in the prevention of violent extremism and addressing the conditions conducive to terrorism. It was the first of its kind, this meeting, as it brought together 190 participants from diverse backgrounds, with a focus on religious and tribal leaders from the Sahel. We also had youth and parliamentarians from the G5 Sahel and neighbouring countries, as well as regional international experts and parliamentary organisations. The meeting was presided over by the President of the IPU, Duarte Pacheco, and the Speaker of the National People's Assembly of Algeria, Mr. Ibrahim Bougali. The meeting resulted in a number of recommendations that can be summarized as follows. Strengthen the resilience of tribal leaders and civil society actors, as well as religious leaders, in the face of violent extremism and terrorism by improving living conditions in Sahelian countries through humanitarian and development projects. Strengthening those who are most vulnerable and whose circumstances defined by poverty put them at risk of recruitment by terrorist organizations, acknowledging that development is the foundation of sustainable counter-terrorism efforts. Ensure that women, youth and victims of terrorism are meaningfully included in all peace and stability processes. The third meeting was held on the 11th of March 2023 during the 146th IPU Assembly in Manama, Bahrain. It was attended by members of the HLAG and parliamentarians from the Sahel and the neighbouring countries, as well as subject matter experts. The meeting focused on mitigating the impact of security threats by building resilience in the Sahel. The meeting resulted in the following recommendations. Secure technical and financial support to contain the security situation and counter the spread of terrorism to other countries in the region. Acknowledge the failure of the international community to take notice of the dire situation in the Sahel and the lack of accountability of the West for the destabilization of Libya, which has had a severe impact on the Sahel. Strengthen the regional cooperation of the Sahelian states, which must be based on sincerity and transparency. During the meeting in Manama, we held 3 thematic meetings on the Sahel, and we agreed on the following next steps. International coordination. Having identified women and youth as vulnerable groups, coordination meetings should be set up with the board of the Forum of Young Parliamentarians of the IPU and the Bureau of Women Parliamentarians of the IPU to bring their attention to the situation of these vulnerable groups in the Sahel countries and to encourage these IPU bodies to put them on the agenda of future meetings of their respective forums. Inter-Parliamentary coordination. In order to harmonize and unify the support given to the people of the Sahel in each of the 5 thematic areas, a coordination mechanism should be established with all the parliamentary actors working on issues affecting the Sahel. In addition, parliaments of developed nations should be encouraged to invest efforts in rebuilding trust with the countries of the Sahel. International coordination. UN organizations active in the Sahel should be encouraged to establish an interagency coordination mechanism, which also includes parliamentary actors based on needs on the ground. Communication and visibility. Greater visibility of the work of the high-level advisory group, and especially the call of the Sahel, is needed in order for it to have the desired impact. The IPU Secretary-General could play an important role in giving the call of the Sahel greater prominence internationally. Thank you.
Mr. Vanden, thank you for the presentation of the report, also for the election to share the group, and we count with you to have this group very active, because to fight terrorism and violence, extremism is very important to the IPU. Allow me to say that we had different elections for a 4-year term ending the March 27. We received the following candidates from different geopolitical groups, and as usual, IPU, the Secretariat, the President, will not interfere on the decisions of each geopolitical group. We need to repeat it. And so, always we respect candidatures of Ms. Aider Al-Zahabi from Oman, Dr. Al-Arbi from Saudi Arabia, from the Arab group, Mrs. Ambarish from India, Mr. Golho from Iran for the Asian Pacific group, Mrs. Guerra Castillo from Mexico and for Latin America and Caribbean group, Madam Mr. Danon and from Israel, and Mr. Carlson from Sweden from the 12+ group. May I understand that Governing Council endorsed the proposals of the different geopolitical groups? No opposition? Adopted. I see Palestine ask the floor. Please.
Okay.
Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, we had submitted a written objection to the office of the President of the IPU on the election of Israel to be a member of this committee or this group. When the HLAG on counterterrorism and violent extremism was formed, we had pinned our greatest hopes on that group to be fair towards victims of terrorism, and we had hoped that it would work on curbing terrorism and violent extremism. The mere membership of an Israeli representative in this group undermines the very goals for which this group was formed in the first place. The Israeli parliament is controlled by a number of terrorist settlers who have formed gangs that adopt and practice terrorism as a modus operandi. These gangs are perpetrating crimes against the Palestinian people, and some of them are even wanted by their own Israeli tribunals. Second, the Israeli parliament is the first and foremost responsible for a set of laws that are racist, that are extremists, and that are the biggest expression of violent extremism, such as the law on the Judaist identity of the state, and another law on allowing the execution of Palestinian political prisoners. Third, Israel, as an occupation state, represents the highest and most ferocious degree of terrorism, state terrorism, and human rights violations. It is still dodging its responsibilities in abiding by international conventions and decisions without any deterrence. Ladies and gentlemen, Israel, by becoming a member of this group, seeks impunity. It is trying to cover its own organized state terrorism, a terrorism that it perpetrates and practices against innocent Palestinian civilians. It is trying to dodge its responsibilities. It is trying to not be held accountable for its terrorist acts. It is going against the very core principles and values of this Inter-Parliamentary Union, namely accountability and transparency. Thank you very much.
Dear colleague, I took good note of your position. Allow me to say just three things. I think that I'm trying to prepare my speech for the end of this meeting, and I will criticize all kind of hate speech between ourselves. And so some of the words you used against one colleague of us, I think was not appropriated. And I will need to say that because this is what I believe. We should show our differences, but always with respect to our colleagues because they have the same legitimacy because they were elected as we are. Second point, we take a good note of that, but it was the proposal of the 12 plus, and as I said, we always accept the proposals of the different geopolitical groups. Sometimes maybe some Europeans will not like the proposals of other groups. They can make a reservation, as you explain now, but this is a decision of the geopolitical group. And so this way, I understood that with this strong reservation expressed from Palestine, we accept all nominations from the geopolitical groups, and this is the decision of the Governing Council. And this way, we'll go to the other point, the working group on science and technology. And I will give the chair to Mr. Naughton from Ireland.
Thank you, Mr. President. On behalf of the members of the IPU Working Group on Science and Technology, I'm pleased to report on our meeting held on the 13th of March here in Bahrain, and also on our project of the Science for Peace Schools held in December at CERN in Switzerland and in France. Before I go into my report, I want to say that we at our Assembly have passed resolutions that, if delivered upon, will make a real difference for the people that we all represent. These complement the global commitments on topics such as climate action and the Sustainable Development Goals. But as we hear from every corner of the world, we must focus on the delivery of these commitments and resolutions. We are facing unprecedented or even wicked problems in our world today. Climate change, energy insecurity, digital and green transitions, and AI. The implementation of the actions to address these challenges is through policy change and legislative change, and we as members of Parliament are instrumental in delivering that. The IPU is the greatest reservoir in the world of practical solutions that work and the ones that have failed. And we need to be sharing these with each other, not just informally outside this room, but here in the Assembly itself. There is no more powerful an argument for new legislation or for policy change on the floor of each of our parliaments than the practical examples of what has actually worked in other countries. And let us learn to share that knowledge. And the role of our working group is to build on that sharing of knowledge, to help each and every one of you as parliamentarians to access the vast reservoir of new potential solutions that science holds to emerging problems, as well as the existing ones that we have already paid through our taxation and vast government grants for these solutions in the first place. Here at our meeting this week, we agreed to the work programme for 2023, which reflects our engagement and dialogue between science and politics. We agreed to officially participate in the Science Summit in New York, which will be held from the 13th to the 29th of September. We'll be able to identify ways in which science can contribute to the global challenges and ensure a continuous dialogue between parliamentarians and the scientific community, while developing and launching science collaborations to support the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals. We have also agreed to collaborate with the Inter-Parliamentary Union Standing Committee on Sustainable Development and UN Affairs to develop and present a key report to the Science Summit, reinforcing the role of parliamentarians in setting the global agenda. We've also agreed to organise an IPU Day as part of the summit, which will focus on the contribution of the IPU in general, and parliamentarians in particular, to achieving the Sustainable Development Goals, with the goal of facilitating direct parliamentary engagement with scientists to ensure a more policy-focused approach to the delivery of the Sustainable Development Goals. And I'm asking you and your colleagues here to support us in that initiative, because without your support, we will not succeed. We also agreed to participate as observers in the 26th session of the United Nations Commission on Science and Technology for Development, which will be held in Geneva from the 27th to the 31st of March, and where we will actively be contributing to those discussions. One of the joint initiatives that our committee has been involved in, along with the Middle East Questions Committee, that is the Science for Peace Schools. The aim of the school is to bridge the worlds of science and politics by initiating dialogue and helping to create a community of parliamentary experts to address challenges together under a neutral umbrella of science. 24 participants from all of the geopolitical groups attended the 5 days of lectures and workshops and visits in relation to the theme of water scarcity at CERN last December. And as Mrs. Bonvenice has already outlined, the first session provided a space for participants to exchange experiences on evidence-based decision-making and to learn how methods of scientific collaboration could be used to solve the problems that we are now facing in parts of the world like the Middle East and in the Sahel region, two regions that are challenged in terms of water scarcity. The working group agreed to hold a follow-up conference for parliamentarians, which will focus on water and food security in June at the International Centre for Interdisciplinary Science and Education in Quy Nhon in Vietnam. And a second session focused on climate action later this year, culminating with a meeting at COP28 at the United Arab Emirates in December. We also agreed to pursue several pilot projects on engagement between the scientific community and parliaments. We discussed a proposed process aimed at improving awareness of the need for scientific engagement in the legislative process. Conclusions and recommendations from each of the parliaments participating in this process will be used to develop a practical parliamentary toolkit on the importance of scientific engagement in parliamentary decision-making. Our plan is to develop, review and approve a toolkit at our meeting during the 147th IPU Assembly in Angola this October. We also, as a working group, noted and welcomed the decision by the Committee on Peace and International Security in terms of their cybercrime report. But we did flag concerns about the establishment of a cybersecurity working group. We believe that working in conjunction with the Peace and International Security Committee, as we're doing with other committees, we can support them in carrying out that particular and delivering on their particular resolutions rather than the establishment of a new committee. Before ending our meeting, we re-elected our Vice Chair, Ms. Atta from Egypt, I wish her a very productive mandate over the next 2 years. Finally, members and colleagues, our constituents don't care about the theories of the resolutions. They are only interested in results. And as we know, the Sustainable Development Goals are all about breaking down silos to deliver a set of cross-cutting objectives for the people in our individual countries and the countries of the world, to make it a better place for all. So let's start using science and the practical knowledge that it brings us to break down those silos to benefit all of our peoples across the globe. And I'll end my report by thanking the Government of Bahrain and the Parliament for hosting this meeting. Garamila Mahagov Galer. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Naughton, and to all colleagues of the group for the amazing work you are doing. I will ask the floor if there is any question about this report. No questions. So may we consider the approved report? No opposition? It's approved. Before go ahead, allow me to receive that we should elect 3 members for the vacancy on this group. For a 4-year ending mandate, ending on March 27. We received candidatures from Mr. Saleh from Iraq, representing the Arab group, and Mr. Tonti Zirin from Thailand, from the Asia-Pacific group. May we consider them elected? No opposition? Thank you. Congratulations, sir. And now, election to the Executive Committee. Go back. Secretary General informed me that Iran, not because of this last report, but because one of them, and on that moment we didn't see their request, Iran wished to have the floor. And please, dear colleague, with our apologize because we didn't see your request on the right time. You have the moment to do it.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, on the report of the Committee of Middle East question, I would like to draw your attention that, regrettably, part of 5 of the report referred to an allegation against IRGC, which is an official part of the Iranian military forces. This reference is totally unacceptable and must be removed from the report. Our understanding is that the committee has no mandate to refer to alleged communications it receives. The delegation of Islamic Republic of Iran will not adopt this report as it stands now. Thank you very much.
Dear colleagues, we note your reservations. We'll go to the, it will stay in our minutes for the future, and so this way we can go ahead. I also am trying to understand, and no. I'm trying to understand if Yemen? No, not Yemen. Now, I understood that the Madam Chair of the African group, the Speaker of Tanzania, so to use correct expression to avoid any kind of mistakes, but I'm not seeing Her Excellency now.
سيادة الرئيس سأتحدث عن الموضوع السابق.
Mr. Speaker of Yemen, you are asking the floor to.
ايش يقول؟ أنا طلبت الحديث عندما كان الموضوع يتعلق بموضوع الإرهاب، ولكن للأسف حظنا أننا في هذا الاتجاه.
Thank you. Unfortunately.
You are requesting the floor.
نحو.
I wish to understand why are you requesting
أنا
the floor?
كنت طلبت الحديث حول موضوع الخاص بالإرهاب أو الهيئة الاستشارية
I asked to take the floor
وكنت أسير بنفس الاتجاه الذي أشار إليه الزميل الفلسطيني بأن من الظلم.
Dear Mr. Speaker, dear colleague, we finish this point of our agenda, and so we needed to go forward. I apologize.
ظن أنكم لم ترونا في حينها ولذلك فقد فات القطار علينا وأتمنى في الخطوات القادمة أن تلتفتوا يمينا ويسارا.
Dear colleague, thank you so much, but we need to go forward. And so maybe I will give later on to a point of order to Her Excellency, the chair of the African group. And so we can go to the elections, agenda, point number 15. And so it's, I believe, a rapid one, because we have two members of the executive committee, two very important members, two vice presidents of IPU that are leaving their positions at the executive committee. Mrs. Kanoté from Senegal, of course, she continued as member of parliament, but the term ended here at the executive committee. And Mrs. Cecilia Widegren of Sweden, that because she is no longer a parliamentarian. And because of this, we needed to replace these two members of the executive committee. My first word, I repeated this several times during this day, but never is too much. I should express in my name, in the name of Secretary General, and I believe in all members of the executive committee, the appreciation for the participation of these two members in our executive committee. They are very active, always with positions, always defending in a very strong way what they believe, and always putting on the first road, on front line, the prestige and interest of IPU. And so to Cecilia Widegren and Madame Kanoté, our great appreciation, and thank you so much for your work you developed in our executive committee. To replace these two members, we received also two names, of course, the candidature of Madame Alm Eriksson of Sweden, who will complete the remaining term of Mrs. Widegren, and from the African group, Mrs. Ida Kamonji Naserwa Sabagu of the Democratic Republic of Congo, that will represent the African group for a full term running from March 23 to March 27. These candidatures were accompanying letters and CVs were shared with full membership. And so I ask if the Governing Council accepts these two elections and nominations. No opposition, it's done, it's decided. My congratulations to Mrs. Naserwa Sabagu and Mrs. Eriksson, and you will understand that to be member of the Executive Committee also became with a lot of work, but you are prepared for it. Madam Speaker is not there, so we can go to the point 16. Dear members, the point 16 is the IPU anthem. It is, I think, I feel as a historical moment because all the organizations, all the countries have their own flag and their own anthem, and usually they will not change it every year. It's something that will be taken for a long time, and that will take one spirit of family. And so we took the decision to create it on our 144th IPU Assembly in Nusadua. Then the Secretariat asked a team inside the Secretariat of IPU to draft in terms of references and identify the process. They consult music experts and they published a request for proposals and gave potential composers 6 months to present the music. It ended on 31 December of the last year. And it was a surprise, but it may show also the relevance of IPU because we are waiting for 5, 6, 7 proposals, and we received 19 proposals, so 19 musics that can be candidates to the anthem of IPU. Then we tried to identify a strategy because no one inside the Secretariat is expert in music. And so we decided to ask help from an expert in music. We send them the list, not just the list, the 19 musics, and ask to present us to the Executive Committee a short list. And then, with different sensibilities, the members of the Executive Committee choose from the short list what should be the anthem of IPU. And it was what happened. And so the Executive Committee yesterday has voted and recommends that the proposal made by Mr. Pedro Alfer became the IPU anthem to be played at the beginning of each IPU assembly and other IPU events. I will ask if it's possible to hear the music that the Executive Committee choose, and then with your agreement, it will become the anthem of IPU. It's possible to have the music play, please. May I understood that with your applause, you approve the recommendation of the Executive Committee? So now we will not just have a flag. We have a flag, an anthem, and so the family will feel more together for the future. I hope so, with the serenity that as we need to solve the problems of our world. The point, I have to see it, Madam, she's not there. The point 17 is about the grammar. It's about Grammar Policy Awards. It was created in May 21, and we accept the rules of the Grammy, and last year it was the first time that we decide with the name of our founder fathers to nominate and to choose the winner that received for the first time in our history the Grammy Pass Award. This Grammy is to be in honor of elected MPs on the job that are doing a lot to defend the ideals of IPU. Of course, on that moment, we create some rules. But we should learn from the first experience. And from the experience of last year, we understood, with the Executive Committee, the Secretariat, myself, I think all members, that the rules were not perfect. That is, we needed to improve them. Because it was the first experience, as we know, when we are doing something from zero, we try to create, but sometimes we need to understand what we can do different to achieve what we really wish. And so the Executive Committee, receiving some proposals from the Secretariat, accept to propose some amendments to the rules of the Grammy Prize. Before to pass a video, I will give the floor to the Secretary General if you wish to present the main important modifications, or if you think, if no one wishes to receive what we are changing. But I think for transparency, we should provide what are the most relevant modifications we have in our rules.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to point out that you have before you the set of amended rules as adopted by the Executive Committee. And for ease of reference, we have tracked the changes that are being proposed to you. The changes are intended to streamline the process for the organization of the award or the prize, the Crema Passi prize. We are clarifying how geopolitical groups can receive and process nominations for the award. We are also in this document clarifying that members of the prize selection board will not be allowed to vote for nominees coming from their own geopolitical groups. They will need to vote for others outside their geopolitical groups. We have also clarified what would happen if a member of the prize selection board was unable or unwilling to score the various nominees there. The votes would be spread across the whole palette of nominations. Mr. President, we have also clarified the composition of the prize selection board. We have indicated that in the event that a geopolitical group does not have an honorary president, as is the case with some geopolitical groups, then a retired speaker from that geopolitical group would be designated to sit on the prize selection board. If that is not the case, then it would be a prominent member of parliament from that geopolitical group. So, Mr. President, those are some of the highlights of these amendments that are here being proposed to you, and we hope that Council can now endorse the recommendation of the Executive Committee to amend the rules accordingly. And if that is the case, these amended rules will apply forthwith to the process for nominating and choosing winners for the prize this year and thereafter. Mr. President, I'm sure you will also mention that we are proposing that climate change be a focus of the prize this year. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Secretary General. You explained in a very concrete, with concrete words, what are the main important amendments to the rules. I ask if someone wishes to raise the floor. No? So we may consider them approved. Thank you. Before we watch the video, allow me... No, the video first.
IPU involves more than 46,000 parliamentarians all over the world. Men and women dedicate their lives to defend freedoms, democracy, the state of law. It's time to the international community and to the IPU recognize the role that each one deserves. Each year, we will give this award to one parliamentarian.
And so, dear colleagues, we try to focus as all our strategy this year on climate action. But everyone are free to nominate, and then the geopolitical group will decide and will send it to the board that will have the final decision before the 1st of April. Yes, it's 1st of April. Thank you. Yes. Any other business? If we don't have, on this point, I will ask the Madam Speaker of the chairperson of the African Parliament to avoid the mistake. The chairwoman of the African Parliament and Speaker of Tanzania to have a statement. I understood that you wish to a point of order.
Sorry, Mr. President, it's not a point of order, but I had wanted to know if I can use a few minutes of your time to report. We have had consultations with the Egypt delegation, so I seek your indulgence. It's not a point of order. So if you give me the minutes, then I'll go ahead.
Of course, madam. If it's good news, you'll have all the minutes.
Okay, I'm told if it's good news, then I have all the minutes. That's good to know. Okay, so we, now, as president for the Africa Geopolitical Group, I took initiatives to sit with the Egyptian delegation, which is headed by the Speaker of Egypt. And I managed to call some of the colleagues who are still around here. So we met, and then we agreed on what I'm going to say now, and then you can give, after I have spoken, then you can give a chance, with your permission, to Egypt to say maybe a word or two. So in our consultations, we have reached a consensus that because Egypt belongs to both groups, belongs to the Africa geopolitical group because it is geographically there, but also it belongs to the Arab geopolitical group because that's where it subscribes politically, so to speak. So we have had a long discussions about the establishment of the pilot regional office for IPU, and we have come to an understanding that the office that will be established in Egypt, it's an IPU office, and Egypt has assured the African geopolitical group, those who met there on behalf of the whole group, that the office will serve Africa. It's geographically there, but our brothers and sisters from the Arab geopolitical group are equally welcome to be served there. So we have agreed in principle. This is the pilot office. It is also an IPU office. So the African geopolitical group and the people and the representatives who were there, we have all agreed that let the pilot office begin, and then we take it from there.
Very important and good news, Madam Speaker. The Speaker of Egypt, please, you have the floor, Mr. Speaker.
شكرا معالي الرئيس وكل الشكر لمعالي رئيسة برلمان.
Thank you, sir. I would like to thank the President of the Tanzanian Parliament. A few minutes ago, it is true, we held a meeting which representatives of African parliaments attended, and we agreed on what has just been said. We clarified the following. It is true that the Arab geopolitical group presented our candidature, but this will be an IPU office, and it will offer services for the Arab group and the African group too, on an equal footing, without any form of discrimination in treatment. Therefore, we would be very pleased to be able to help all these countries and also ask for and provide support. We are but one. This office will work under the aegis of the IPU, and we are prepared to work to this, and we're on the verge of finalizing all the arrangements to finalize this agreement with the IPU and European Parliament. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary General. I will ask if the Secretary needs any clarification, or if it's okay to you, if you understand.
No, Mr. President, I think that I feel satisfied that my concerns that were raised this morning have now been addressed, and that we have our marching orders, and we will proceed in like fashion. Thank you very much.
Good news. And now I see that Ukraine wish also to a point of order. I don't know. I just see you're asking the floor.
It's about point of order, but maybe no. But you will choose what it will be.
Maybe other business. Yeah. Other business is a good suggestion.
Yeah, Mr. President, it will be about you. Sorry, personally. Our Parliament has adopted a decision to award a honorary certificate to Mr. President Pacheco by your very huge leadership that has been critically through these difficult times for Ukraine and for all over the world. Thank you so much for your attention and to all concerned, to all impartiality, your decisiveness, your amazing work. We also thank the team of IPU and Secretary General also for supporting us and doing your job excellently. And if it's possible, can I personally give it to you? From Ukrainian people, distinguished
Thank you, dear colleagues. I just will, of course, I need to say thank you, first of all. But I think that when we do what we should do, we don't need to receive nothing because we are just doing our duty. Thank you. And, I think, Mr. Secretary General, that we ended this meeting of the Governing Council. First of all, thank you for your cooperation, and we are on time. I said before lunch that we should try to finish at 4, and in my is 4 p.m., not more 1 minute, not less 1 minute. And so, thank you for your collaboration, participation, also the Secretariat for all the help that was given to this meeting of the Governing Council, to Madame Canoté, that in some moments needed to lead the meeting. Apologize me if some mistakes happened during the process, but we achieved what we wish, to finalize on time, with all the discussions, with the good news that came from the African geopolitical group about the office in Egypt, with the approval of our ATAN, and so with the elections done, with all the reports done. It was a magnificent meeting, and so in 2 minutes we will begin the last moment of our assembly. Thank you.
أسعد الله مساكم. يطيب لي أن أنوه إلى أن الأيام
Good afternoon to all of you. I would like to speak to you about the last 4 days. At our assembly we've held some very interesting and fruitful debates, and we have discussed many issues that are of pivotal importance. We know that yesterday we adopted the resolution emerging from the emergency item. That emergency item is in favour of taking measures in response to the serious humanitarian crises affecting Afghanistan, Yemen, Ukraine and a number of other countries, and that affect women and children particularly. We've also held a general debate which revolved around the topic of promoting peaceful coexistence and inclusive societies, fighting intolerance. We have held some very enriching debates over the past 4 days, and we've heard around 160 statements from 120 parliaments and a few dozen partner organisations. I would like to ask our representative of Bahrain to take the floor, and I would also like to ask our colleague from Suriname to take the floor to present the draft declaration. Thank you.
Will Mr. Malvin Bove take the floor, please?
Yeah, I called him and I couldn't find him. He didn't reply. I think his colleagues tried to find him.
فلننتقل الآن إلى البند رقم 5 من جدول أعمالنا.
We move on to the 5th item on our agenda. Here we have a presentation on the resolution prepared by the Standing Committee on Peace and International Security entitled Cybercrimes, the New Risk to Global Security. This document is under document C1-146DR. Mr. Mahdi Al-Ahbabi of Qatar will present this draft resolution. Thank you.
Presentation
شكرا سعادة الرئيس. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم.
Thank you. In the name of God, the merciful, the compassionate. President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, may God's peace be upon you. My aim today is to explain the discussions that we had as the Standing Committee on Peace and International Security, where we were asked to discuss item 5 on today's agenda for the 146th IPU Assembly. In our meeting, we spoke about the 5th item on the agenda of the 146th IPU Assembly, and we also prepared a draft resolution on the same topic. We discussed the draft resolution for the first time on the 12th of March, and we began by hearing from Ambassador Reiner, the representative of the IPU to the United Nations in Vienna. The ambassador spoke about the progress being made with technology and digital tools and the increased use of this, hence the need to protect citizens on the internet in the modern world. We also heard from the 2 rapporteurs of the committee, Ms. Falaknaz of the UAE and Mr. Cepeda of Spain, and the 2 rapporteurs prepared the draft resolution as well as the explanatory note on the draft resolution. It's important to specify that they took this role very seriously. Over the course of a year, they garnered contributions from our parliamentarian colleagues, and they encouraged as wide a participation as possible so that the voices of all parliaments could be heard in the meetings that were held by the UN on the topic of cybercrime. They engaged in a number of conversations with key stakeholders. Around 40 speakers took the floor over the course of our discussions. They referred to a range of topics. We spoke about exchanging information on cybercrime through parliaments, and we spoke about bolstering the security of citizens, particularly the most vulnerable citizens. We also referred to infrastructure, and we spoke about the possibility of expressing converging points of view, particularly on the terminology that will be used in the draft resolution. We spoke about a number of topics over the course of our discussions, and a number of amendments were received by the Secretariat. We received more than 320 amendments that were put forward by 27 member parliaments, and we also received amendments from parliamentary assemblies. We must ensure that the discussions that took place and the negotiations that ensued could remain constructive, and in fact that was the case. So we were able to express and hear a number of different points of view. We ended up with a draft resolution that emphasises the role of parliaments in protecting citizens in the cyber universe. Parliaments are called upon to protect citizens in everyday life, including on virtual platforms. Of course, cybercrime is a real threat to democratic life, and international cooperation is important if we're to tackle it in order to preserve international peace and security, as well as the stability of the world, while also protecting the principles of human rights, including freedom of expression. Yesterday, our committee adopted this draft resolution by consensus. India did express a reservation about paragraph 25, and the Russian Federation expressed its reservation about paragraph 11 of the preamble, as well as the first operating paragraph. This draft resolution is now put to you so that the Assembly of the IPU might adopt it. The first draft resolution was amended in light of the discussions that were held, and more emphasis is now given to cybercrime. The committee would like the title of the draft resolution to be amended so that it can become cybercrime, the new risk to global security. That better reflects the content of the document. Before I conclude, allow me to tell you that the Standing Committee on Peace and International Security will debate the impact of new technologies and artificial intelligence in the future. There's another proposal that was put to the committee relating to the recruitment of child soldiers. In conclusion, I would invite you to make an appropriate decision, and I would like, in conclusion as well, to thank our Bahraini colleagues. Of course, I'd also like to thank the Parliament of Bahrain for having organised this assembly so ably. Thank you. Thank you. Are there any objections to this draft resolution?
India.
Honourable Chairperson, India has a reservation on the operating para 25 of this resolution. This has been duly acknowledged by the Honourable Chair as well, and we are grateful to him for that. The same was mentioned and registered with the Honourable Chair of the committee yesterday, and India dissociates itself from this OP25, operating para 25. Our dissociation may please be included in the final resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just to clarify that the question that was put to the Assembly was whether they were in a position now to adopt that resolution. And the rules say that the resolution can be adopted, and any parliament or delegation that wishes to enter a reservation will then have the opportunity to do so. We have a reservation from India that has been duly noted, and Mr. President, according to the rules, if there are no other reservations, you may now ask the Assembly to adopt this resolution by consensus. Thank you very much.
So this resolution is adopted. So decided. Thank you. نرجع للبند رقم 3 من جدول أعمالنا وهي المناقشة العامة بتعزيز تعايش.
Thank you. We now come on to item 3. Promoting peaceful coexistence and inclusive societies, fighting intolerance. I'd like to ask our colleague from Bahrain to take the floor without forgetting our colleague from Suriname. Could you please present the draft declaration?
We have the mics here. Yeah.
It's okay. This boat is okay. Yeah.
Mr. President of the 146th IPU Assembly, Mr. President of the IPU, Mr. Secretary General, distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It's our pleasure to present to you Manama Declaration. Myself and my colleague, Mr. Belova. promoting peaceful coexistence and inclusive societies, fighting intolerance. We, members of Parliament from around the world, gathered at the 146th IPU Assembly in my beloved country, Bahrain, are deeply aware of the dangers that hate, intolerance, exclusion, and violence in all their forms pose to the very foundations of democracy and the social contract that holds our societies together. Consumed by greed and competition, our world is facing social and economic inequalities, and on an unprecedented scale. Heightened economic insecurity is breaking communities apart and leaving growing numbers of people socially isolated, fending for themselves, and often with inadequate access to public services, delivery, and social safety nets.
Inequality and economic insecurity can give rise to anger and frustration in communities everywhere. The dignity intrinsic to human being can be undermined by factors such as poverty, denial of inalienable economic, social, cultural, civil, and political rights, violation of the rule of law, discrimination against women, lack of inclusion of youth, and the de facto exclusion from politics of the most vulnerable and marginalized. Xenophobia, racism, intolerance, negative stereotyping, stigmatization, discrimination, and extremist narratives are all expressions of this deep malaise in our societies. They manifest themselves in hate, speech, and outright violence in various forms against migrants, people with disabilities, and national, ethnic, religious, linguistic, or other marginalized groups perceived as a threat to the established order. They can also be expressed in the desecration of religious sites and symbols, actions which are deeply enrichment, and we reaffirm the fundamental rights and freedoms of all people as enshrined in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights.
Regrettably, some in positions of influence in society seek to exploit the vulnerabilities of others, sowing hatred and division as a way to advance their own interests. Digital platforms designed to facilitate social interaction and communication are being misused to micro-target, amplify, and spread disinformation and intent against others. The ease with which some of these voices speak in total disregard of the truth carries profound dangers for democracy. Most worryingly, their words can be a direct cause of violence and intolerance within communities and between nations. How can we respond to these challenges? We can do that by encouraging collaborative networks, promoting dialogue and joint projects in service to community, by creating channels for conflict prevention and mediation, by promoting moderation, by advancing education and awareness building, and by encouraging community and religious leaders to contribute to these objectives. We commit to speaking out against intolerance and especially any advocacy of hatred that constitutes discrimination, hostility, and violence. We will also assist in the resolution of conflict through the exercise of parliamentary diplomacy.
With all this in mind, we consider it our unique responsibility as parliamentarians to speak and act responsibly towards all people, particularly those who disagree with us, and in ways that bring people together peacefully in pursuit of the common good. We affirm that societies that are inclusive and just, and in which rights are upheld, are more likely to be cohesive, peaceful, and democratic. We pledge to fight inequality through right-based economic and social policies that put people before profit and the weak before the strong, and that uphold the equality and dignity of every person. We reaffirm the urgent need to implement the Sustainable Development Goals by 2030, leaving no one behind, as our best hope for peace, democracy, and sustainable development for all. More concretely, we are committed to utilizing our lawmaking, representative, and oversight functions toward the following objectives.
Make hate-motivated acts and all forms of violence linked to religion, belief, xenophobia, racism, or intolerance of marginalized groups an offense under the law.
Invest in education for all at all levels, including peace education and education for democracy, pursuant to the United Nations General Assembly resolutions by this name.
Make parliamentary proceedings consistently open to the input of relevant civil society organizations and community groups representative of the diversity of the society.
Engage in constructive, respectful dialogue with parliamentarians of all political persuasions, both nationally and internationally.
Ensure that national statistic institutions and research bodies produce up-to-date disaggregated data to assist with the formulation of inclusive economic and social policies.
Perform self-assessments of inclusivity or parliaments and take active measures to increase the representation in our parliaments of women and youth, as well as of underrepresented national, ethnic, religious, linguistic, and other marginalized and vulnerable communities.
Uphold the rights of migrants, refugees, and stateless people as particularly vulnerable groups consistent with international conventions.
Regulate digital platforms and other media to diminish the risk of hate speech and various forms of disinformation while protecting the fundamental right of speech as a bulwark of democracy.
Protect cultural sites as expressions of our common heritage, as well as holy sites, places of worship, and religious symbols as expressions of different religions and beliefs.
Promote interaction with relevant UN organizations for interfaith and intercultural dialogue and support UN peacemaking and mediation efforts.
We pledge to take this declaration forward through concrete actions and in accordance with the core values of the IPU as outlined in its current strategy.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
هل هناك أي اعتراض من الجمعية؟
Any objections from the Assembly on the adoption of this declaration?
So decided. ننتقل الآن إلى البند 6 والأعمالنا.
We now move on to item number 6, to adopt the report of the Standing Committee on Sustainable Development under the title Parliamentary Efforts in Achieving Negative Carbon Balances of Forests. This draft resolution has been included in document C/2146/DR. May I please call upon Her Excellency, Ms. Agnes Mulder from the Netherlands to present this report. You may take the floor, ma'am.
Thank you very much, dear Mr. President of the IPU, President of the Assembly, dear colleagues and dear staff, and of course the Secretary General. My task today is to inform you about the outcome of our deliberations of the Standing Committee on Sustainable Development. The committee was entrusted with the task of debating and preparing a draft resolution on parliamentary efforts in achieving negative carbon balances of forests. The co-rapporteurs were Mr. Christoph Hoffmann, he's from Germany, and Ms. Hina Gavitt, she's from India. And they prepared a draft resolution and an accompanying explanatory note. And I take this opportunity to reiterate my thanks to the rapporteurs for their great work. The committee first heard a presentation of the draft resolution, and then we had a debate. Drafting of the resolution was conducted in the plenary. The committee considered 150 amendments, and they were submitted by 23 member parliaments. And I hereby thank all of the committee members for their dedication and their engagement, and in such a fruitful way. Yesterday afternoon, the committee examined the consolidated draft resolution and adopted the text by acclamation. The Russian Federation expressed a reservation on preambular paragraph 19, and India expressed reservations on preambular paragraphs 2, 5, and 8, and operative paragraphs 1, 3, 5, 6, 9, 11, 12, 13, 17, and 21. The resolution states that deforestation and its impact on humanity is a common struggle to be tackled by the international community as a whole. Parliamentarians need to stand together to update the natural foundations of life and to ensure that we can all live well on our planet. This is essential, not only from a climate perspective, but also as part of peace, stability, and the Sustainable Development Agenda. There can be no healthy economy on an unhealthy planet. And the committee also approved a work plan for the next assembly in Angola, and which includes a debate on the theme of the next resolution, Partnership for Climate Action, promoting access to affordable green energy, and ensuring innovation, responsibility, and equity. And we'll also have a hearing on food security, as well as a segment to prepare the parliamentary meeting at the United Nations Climate Change Conference in the United Arab Emirates, the COP28. So there's a lot of work to be done, and especially to do it right now as Parliament, because the planet can't wait. Thank you very much. I wish you a blessed afternoon.
Thank you.
Are there any objections from the Assembly on the adoption of this resolution?
It is so decided.
Honourable Chairperson, we have Honourable Chairperson.
Is that India?
Yes, Your Chair.
Yes, India. I take it from the President that the resolution has now been agreed, and according to the rules, you can now take the floor to express reservations without actually opposing the adoption of the resolution, because that decision has now been taken. With that understanding, Mr. President, you may now wish to give the floor to the Indian delegation.
Can we proceed?
You can take the floor.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. India has reservations on many paragraphs which have been duly noted by Honourable Chair of the Committee on the resolution, which was adopted yesterday during the meeting of the committee. India dissociates itself from these paragraphs, which have already been communicated to the IPU Secretariat. Our dissociation may please be included in the final resolution. Thank you.
Thank you.
I now suggest moving on to item 7 of our agenda, reports of the standing committees for peace, democracy, human rights. I will start with the first committee on democracy and human rights. I would like to call upon the chairman of this committee to submit his report. You have the floor.
Mr. President, President of IPU, Secretary General, dear colleagues, first of all, I want to thank Your Highness, the government of Bahrain, the IPU President, the Secretary General, and all delegates for this conference that we had. We traveled from different parts of the world to Bahrain. I traveled from South America through Europe to Bahrain, and while I arrived, I got ill, but the facilities of Bahrain were there, and I could work again within some days. Once again, thank you. It's my honor to report on the 2 debates organized by our Standing Committee on Democracy and Human Rights during this assembly. On 13th of March, the committee took up the theme of its next resolution, orphanage trafficking, with Bureau member Jihan Mohammed of the Maldives in the chair. The committee approved the nomination of Mr. Bustamante of Peru to work with Senator Linda Reynolds of Australia to draft the resolution. More than 30 delegates provided input. They describe how this new kind of child trafficking has developed. It is an issue of supply and demand whereby well-intentioned countries, tourists, and volunteers donate money to orphanage in the false belief that they are supporting children in need. Meanwhile, skilled criminals and traffickers supply the tailor-made orphanage experience of donors. But in this illicit scheme, the children in the orphanage are most often not orphan, and in fact, they have at least one living parent. The committee indicates its intention to prepare a resolution that set out best practices to combat this form of child trafficking and modern slavery. The committee has held a debate on 14th of March on the topic of parliamentary impetus in favor of the fight against disinformation and hateful and discriminatory content in cyberspace. The debate was held in 2 parts, starting with an overview of the issues from UNESCO, followed by an expert hearing with many interventions from delegates throughout this session. The starting point was the need to protect the amazing opportunities offered by the Internet, while also creating the means to prosecute online harms in accordance with international human rights standards. Several areas were discussed as online violence against parliamentarians, hate speech that targets specific groups as women or religious communities, and the need for efforts to combat disinformation in countries outside Europe and North America. To be effective in this fast-changing digital environment, Parliament's should prepare legislation through a transparent and inclusive process that incorporates the view of the public and the private sector. Once again, I want to thank Bahrain government, IPU Secretary, especially our Secretary of the Committee, Mr. Andy Richardson, and his team. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. هل يمكنني الآن أن أعتبر أن الجمعية قد اطلعت على هذا التقرير؟
May I take it that the Assembly has taken note of this report? Iraq, you have the floor.
شكرا سيد الرئيس لإتاحة الفرصة لنا
Thank you, Mr. President, for giving us the floor. Yesterday, we expressed a position of ours during the meeting of the Standing Committee on Democracy and Human Rights on the content of hatred speech and also discriminatory content in cyberspace. We spoke of Islamophobia, we spoke of discrimination against Muslims, and we asked all governments of the world to protect the interests of Muslim communities in their countries. As an Arab and Islamic group, we asked the Committee on Democracy and Human Rights to remind all parliamentarians of the need to renounce Islamophobia, discriminatory speech, and hate speech online against Muslims. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. The comments made by the honourable member from Iraq have been recorded and will be reflected as such in the records of this meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you. الآن أود أن أنتقل إلى اللجنة الدائمة.
Thank you. Now we move on to the report on the Standing Committee on United Nations Affairs. May I call upon the chairman of this committee, Mr. Lorley from Switzerland, to present his report. Thank you, sir. You have the floor.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, sir. I will speak French so that this official language of our Assembly can also be present here at the rostrum. I would like to thank you, sir, President of the IPU, Secretary General, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues. First of all, may I endorse the thanks given vis-à-vis the authorities of Bahrain for their excellent welcome, which has enabled us in a relevant way to conduct all our work. I would also like to take this opportunity to thank all the colleagues from the Bureau and the Committee on UN Affairs for the very important meetings we held, as you'll see later on. And also a great thanks to the Secretariat, Alexandro, Bridget, and others who have given us their support and enhanced the work of our committee. The Standing Committee on UN Affairs met on the 14th of March and adopted a new manner of working, as you know. These ways and means were audited as launched by the Secretary General of the organization and then discussed in June at the session of the Executive Committee. And then there were a certain number of debates as part of our Kigali meeting. At the time, it was decided by the Assembly that the Bureau and the Committee on UN Affairs would take up what was said in the audit, and at this mission, at this assembly in Manama, it would submit concrete proposals validated by the committee to rework and review the mode of work of the committee. So, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, this has been done. The mission has been fulfilled on the basis of good cooperation with the Secretariat, the various members, and thus we have a very concrete proposal which was unanimously adopted by the Bureau and then unanimously by the committee itself. And now we can envisage the remainder of the work of this committee in a very relevant, adequate, and updated manner. And these points were also prepared after Kigali through various working groups, and there were virtual sessions of the Bureau in January. Thank you once again to the Secretariat and the colleagues who worked hard in this process. Over and above the actual mode of work of the committee, we addressed two specific themes in our meetings. First of all, the question of the representation of men and women at the UN General Assembly and the representation of countries. What are the countries with permanent representatives at the UN? And in that case, we must recognize that today, statistically, we stand at 25% of women representatives, permanent representatives, at the UN and the General Assembly. This information led us to make a certain number of proposals, including, of course, work in our own parliaments vis-à-vis our own governments, so this proportion can be reinforced in accordance with the priorities and laid down by our organization. Let us pursue this work at the next session of the committee in Luanda this fall. Second theme addressed the question within the framework of 2030 sustainable goals. A certain number submit a national voluntary report on progress made implementing the SDGs 2030. These reports are fundamental, dear colleagues. They're very important. These are reports, interim reports in the implementation of a project. More than once this week, we have realized to what extent the goal of attaining the 2030 objectives in 2030 is becoming tricky, if not difficult. We must therefore act, dear colleagues, and in order to act, it is obviously within our organization that we must coordinate action, and then it's up to each parliament, to each country, to ensure that this information is passed on. And the committee has adopted this general position in order to reinforce the role of each parliament in its mission to follow up and support its government and administration in the implementation of SDGs 2030. In this context, the will is to reinforce monitoring what country has fulfilled its duties based on voluntary annual reports, which countries need to continue efforts, insist more. And there again, we have the UN summit next July on this topic. We pursued our work with the Secretariat, and here, dear colleagues, I would like to make an appeal as validated within the committee. And I'm happy to make this appeal at the General Assembly. I would like to ask you, dear colleagues, to ensure this monitoring and check that the questionnaires sent out to your countries and to your parliaments, your governments and administrations, that these questionnaires are duly filled and sent back before the deadline. It is in this manner that together we'll be able to progress in order to attain these fundamental goals. Finally, from an organizational stance, we are pleased to note the following nominations to the Bureau of the Committee: Mr. Ali Talbi, Algeria; Mr. David McKinsey, Canada; Mr. Dingamoy Granpier, Chad; Dr. Mohamed Al-Mouji, Kuwait; Mr. Itoshi Ayokaki, Japan; Mrs. Pia Cayetano, Philippines; and Ms. Arunacham, Ukraine. I wish to thank these colleagues who will be occupying these positions. Thank you for taking on these positions within the committee. And finally, I'm coming to the end of my term. I've reached the end of my 4-year term in my position within the Bureau. I would like to say that it's been a pleasure and an honor to conduct this work, and in particular this reform of our modes of work in conjunction with our organization, as we say in Switzerland. I will return to the ranks, but I will obviously continue to remain very committed within our organization. Thank you.
Thank you very much. May I take it that the Assembly has taken note of this report?
Yes, it is so decided. Want to say something? يمكننا الآن
We may now move on to the next item on our agenda, approval of the subject items for the Standing Committee on Peace and International Security and for the Standing Committee on Sustainable Development for the 148th Assembly and appointment of the co-rapporteurs. I would like to bring your attention to document A/146/7/D.1-REV. You will also notice that the Standing Committee on Peace and International Security will suggest that this item be included in the agenda of our next session, the topic of which would be addressing the social and humanitarian impact of autonomous weapon systems and artificial intelligence. Ms. Stolbizer from Argentina and Mr. Lacroix from Belgium were appointed as co-rapporteurs on this item. Are there any objections from the Assembly on the adoption of this decision?
No. Yes, so decided. كما تلاحظون بأن اللجنة الدائمة.
You will also notice that the Standing Committee on Sustainable Development suggests a subject item to be included in our next Assembly's agenda, entitled Partnerships for Climate Action, Promoting Access to Affordable Green Energy and Ensuring Innovation, Responsibility and Equity. Mr. Patra from India, Ms. Aswadi from the UAE, and Ms. Vasilenko from Ukraine have been appointed as co-rapporteurs on this subject item. May I take it that the Assembly wishes to adopt this decision since there are no objections?
It's so decided.
Before moving on to closing addresses, I would like to invite you all to watch this short video that was presented to us by the Speaker of the Angolese National Assembly as the host country of the 147th Assembly of the Inter-Parliamentary Union to be held in Luanda next October, actually.
Can we please show the video for Angola? Thank you.
Geographically speaking, Angola is located on the southern cone of the African continent, more specifically on the western coast of southern Africa, just south of the equator. To the north, it borders with the Republic of Congo, the northeast with the Democratic Republic of Congo, DRC, the east with Zambia, the south with Namibia, and to the west it borders with the Atlantic Ocean. Independent since November the 11th, 1975, Angola has a territorial surface of 1,247,000 kilometers squared and is made up of 18 provinces, with Luanda as its capital and Portuguese is its official language. The Angolan climate is tropical wet, characterized by 2 seasons, the rainy season from October to April and a dry season, also known as Cacimbo, from May to August. João Manuel Gonçalves Lourenço is the president of Angola, elected in general elections of August 2022. Esperança da Costa is the vice president of the republic. Angola is a democratic state under the rule of law, in which the president of the republic is also the Angolan chief executive. The National Assembly is the Parliament of the Republic of Angola, a representative body for all Angolans, which expresses the sovereign will of the people and exercises legislative power. The National Assembly is composed of 220 representatives elected by universal, free, equal, direct, secret and periodic suffrage under the terms of the Constitution and the law for a term of 5 years. The parliamentarians are 38.18% women and 34.9% young people. Carolina Cerqueira is the president of the National Assembly. In 2014, Angola carried out its first post-independence population census, which revealed that the country had a population of 25,789,024. 52% of them were female. Today, it's estimated that the Angolan population is just over 30 million. Agriculture is the economic engine of the country, with 60 to 75% of the Angolan population depending on agriculture for their survival, with emphasis on the production of small cereals, masangano and masambala, together with corn, beans, cassava, peanuts, potatoes, fruits and livestock, with goats and cattle. Agriculture has taken significant steps towards the diversification of the economy, a goal set by the Angolan administration. Among the main provinces with the greatest agricultural potential are Huambo, Bié, Benguela, Huila, Malange, Kwanza North and Kwanza Sul. On the other hand, oil is the biggest export product in Angola, with a strong contribution to the gross domestic product and the general state budget. Investments in the domestic industry are based on the sectors of extraction, processing and construction materials. Angola is also rich in minerals, especially diamonds and iron. It also has deposits of copper, manganese, phosphate, salt, mica, lead, tin, gold, silver and platinum. This diversity of natural resources opens a window of hope and opportunities for the development of the country. Among the productive sectors considered a priority by the government are the sectors of food and agribusiness, fisheries and textile sector. Tourism is another priority sector that makes Angola not just a place of tourist attractions, but a possible source of revenue collection. It is this Angola that opens up to the world, not only as an investment scenario, but also as a good place to live.
Será uma grande honra para a República de Angola e para a Assembleia Nacional em especial acolher a 147ª Assembleia da União Inter-Parlamentar na nossa capital, Luanda, na última semana de outubro de 2023, para um debate sobre os desafios dos nossos Estados e para encontrar soluções conjuntas que respondam de forma holística às inúmeras prioridades das nossas instituições na resposta aos problemas que afetam a prosperidade e bem-estar das pessoas num ambiente de paz efetiva, estabilidade, promoção dos direitos humanos, de justiça social e de igualdade.
Thank you. الملاحظات الختامية لممثلي المجموعات الجيوسياسية.
Thank you. We now move to the concluding remarks by the chairs of the geopolitical groups. And firstly, I give the floor to Tanzania on behalf of the African group.
Mr. President of the IPU, Mr. President for this Assembly, Mr. Secretary General, the speakers in the House, deputy speakers, honorable members, and staff. I would like to take this opportunity on behalf of the Africa Group to reiterate on two issues. The first issue, we would like to remind the IPU under your presidency, Mr. President, and the Secretary General, what we initially said in Kigali, our intention to suggest to you to change the statutes and the rules so that you allow ample time to the members here to get a chance to know the emergency items in advance. That means setting up a deadline of submission of those emergency items so that the geographical groups would have a chance to look at them before the meeting is convened officially. The second issue that I would like to bring to your attention, which is the last one, is the fact that we always come to these conferences and we only have to consider one item as an emergency item. That is a big challenge because we meet here as the world parliamentarians. And it's very unlikely that in the whole world we will have only one issue that is agreeable to everybody as an emergency item. And so the members of parliament from all over the world are forced to choose between a hard rock and a stone. And sometimes you have competing issues which are equally important. So it's important, Mr. President, that we reach a point where we don't really have to say no to women and rights of children. Like in this case, we had to vote against the motion which was brought about by Argentina. But it was a very important one to protect the women, to protect the children. And now we were all, we had to go against it. But I mean, who doesn't want the women and children to be protected in all situations? But because we are forced to choose only one, then we had to vote against the rest and then go with one. But if our rules and our statutes are changed to allow to have more than one item, it will give a chance to these members of parliament from all over the world to converse on different issues than just one as we do right now. In conclusion, because our geographical regions are just too many, we have to take into account that one issue as an emergency item is insufficient because the world is diverse and we are likely to always have competing issues that we have to vote against and for just because we need one and both of them, maybe they should be considered together. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. That's the statement on behalf of the African Geopolitical Group.
Thank you. Arab Group, المجموعة العربية, Speaker of Iraq, متحدث.
Thank you. I now give the floor to the representative of Iraq on behalf of the Arab countries. In the name of God, the merciful, the compassionate. President, distinguished delegates, it's a pleasure to convey Mohammed al-Halbousi's greetings. He is the Speaker of the Iraqi Parliament. We can't, on this important occasion, overlook the need to express our deepest thanks to the Kingdom of Bahrain, its sovereign, its government, its parliament, for the competent organisation of and preparation for this 146th IPU Assembly. I'd also like to thank the Inter-Parliamentary Union, its Secretary General, its President, and its Secretariat for having organised this event so ably and for having cooperated so closely with us. I wish you a smooth journey home to your countries after having participated in this assembly. We've been talking about fighting terrorism and the mechanisms for that. And you'll be going back to engaging that work and to supporting the people of the world that need us, as well as countering climate change and helping those who suffer from discrimination to achieve a decent life, a free life that's free of intolerance, racial discrimination, and other scourges, and to disseminate the values of brotherhood and coexistence. We need to work under our motto, promoting peaceful coexistence and inclusive societies, fighting intolerance. Let's go and do that, and may the peace of God be upon you all. Thank you.
Shukran. The next speaker is Asia for Pacific Group, speaker from Australia. You may take the floor, please.
Thank you, Mr. President, for chairing the IPU session, and what a brilliant job you have done making us all feel so included and welcome in the beautiful country of Bahrain. And thank you to the President and the Secretary General for hosting one of the most successful IPU conferences, the 146th Assembly. And I would like to thank, on behalf of the Asia Pacific Group, your leadership, your vision, but also your inclusivity to ensure that all nations, particularly from the Asia Pacific Group, are included in this country. The Asia Pacific Group comprises 36 members, and this year Australia has the honour of serving as the chair of the group. Australia takes this responsibility as chair very seriously and will work to ensure the full engagement of all APG members, noting the importance of all geopolitical groups to work towards universal representation of the IPU. And that is something, as chair, I am deeply committed to. This year, and at this Assembly, the Asia Pacific Group met and endorsed 12 candidates for IPU positions from 9 member countries from across the region. I congratulate all 9 representatives, and in particular acknowledge the important appointment of Lord Whakapuana, the Speaker of the Legislative Assembly of Tonga, to the board of the Forum of Young Parliamentarians. And as chair of the Asia Pacific Group, I intend to work closely with all of its members to ensure that all nations, big and small, have an equal opportunity to fully engage in the IPU and to fully represent the issues and challenges of their people and regions. And our region does have significant challenges, including climate change. For our Pacific Islander members who face a climate emergency, their participation in and engagement with the IPU is therefore more important than ever. So it is very pleasing to see Kiribati attend the IPU as an observer while taking steps to become an IPU member. And as chair of the Asia Pacific Group, I intend to visit the Pacific over the coming months, and I look forward to engaging with all of my APG colleagues towards the 147th IPU Assembly. May you all go back to your countries, and I look forward to seeing you soon.
Thank you. Next speaker from Eurasia Group, delegation of Kazakhstan. You may take the floor, please.
Thank you. Your Excellency, Mr. Speaker, Mr. President of ITU, Secretary General, esteemed colleagues, Representing the Eurasia Geopolitical Group, I would like to congratulate the IPU and Parliament of Bahrain for the successful organization of this assembly. I would highlight the significance of the topic for discussion or topics for discussions at the general debates and the precise elaboration of meaningful reports by IPU delegations. Furthermore, the adopted resolutions of the IPU standing committees on cyber attacks and cybercrimes and the achievement of a negative carbon balance of forests are of high importance and timelines. I would like to express my gratitude to the staff of the Bahrain Parliament and IPU Secretariat for their attentive and friendly attitude towards the delegates and the comfortable and warm atmosphere which significantly contributed to the successful completion of the tasks assigned to the participants of the Assembly. I hope to see you all at the next Assembly in Angola. Thank you for your kind attention. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Next speaker from Krolak, delegation of Uruguay. You may take the floor, please.
I'd like, firstly, on behalf of our geopolitical group, Latin America and the Caribbean, to extend our thanks to the authorities of the Kingdom of Bahrain, beginning with the King of Bahrain, the Speaker of the Council of Representatives, and the President of the Shura. I'd also like to extend our thanks to the President of this 146th IPU Assembly and to Mr. Jamal Shakro, who has done excellent work to ensure that this event be successful. When I arrived here in Manama, Bahrain, I sent him a message saying that I was here, that I had arrived safely, that I was in my hotel, and he said, Mr. Fako, that is, welcome to our small country. He welcomed me to his small country. Very often, the greatness of a country isn't measured by the extent of its territory or the size of its population. It's determined by its people, by its authorities. And I deeply believe that Bahrain is a great country because of its people and its authorities. And I think that we can all thank the colleagues who have made this assembly so successful with a round of applause. To the authorities of the Inter-Parliamentary Union, our friend President Duarte Pacheco, our friend the Secretary General Martin Chungong, and all the staff of the IPU. Because we know that behind these brothers and sisters who are leading this assembly, these important events, there are people who are working behind the scenes. We have translators, secretaries, advisors. We have bus drivers. We have the people working on the stalls. We have ushers, people whose names we don't necessarily know, but that contribute greatly to the success of these events. So to them too, I extend my thanks. I also wanted to tell you that I have a few mixed feelings at this 146th Assembly, because this is my last Assembly. I will no longer be a parliamentarian after the 30th of June this year, and I'll no longer be able to join the delegation to these assemblies. However, that situation is easily superseded by the fact that I have learned so much from these assemblies. I began at the 137th Assembly in St. Petersburg, and in the intervening period I've learned a great deal about what the Inter-Parliamentary Union is, and I realized, particularly in the pandemic, that many of us believe that the problems we have in our countries are just our problems. We don't realize that, in fact, many of those problems are universal. They affect all of us, every country, all the inhabitants of the countries of the world, because the pandemic didn't focus on a particular religion. It didn't focus on a particular political group, a particular ideology. It affected everybody without exception. The issues that we deal with here, that have been dealt with in the past, that are being dealt with now, and that will be dealt with in the future, affect all of us. Climate change doesn't ask you what political group you're a member of or which religion you profess. It affects all of us. So I think that we, and I in this particular case, are leaving behind an IPU that's stronger than ever, that's firmer than ever in its convictions, and that stands firm in the convinced stance that this Assembly and this IPU has been, is, and will be a resounding box for all of our different countries. We need to go forward with the principles of freedom, social justice, and equality. And I am quite convinced that through the outstanding work that our President, Duarte Pacheco, has achieved, and the work that future presidents will achieve, because I think we've laid out a path that the IPU will continue to forge, I think we can all rest assured and be very happy that we have seen a milestone in the contribution of this organization. So thank you very much to all our colleagues, to all our representatives from the countries of the world, and I'd like to say that I hope you will get home safely, peacefully, and that you'll enjoy the rest of your day. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is from 12 plus delegation of Belgium. You take the floor, please.
Dear Mr. President of the Assembly, dear Mr. President of the IPU, dear Mr. Secretary General of the IPU, and dear colleagues, here stands a man who is proud to be the chair of the 12 Plus group. You have to act as a team, and I'd like to thank all the countries who are members of the 12 Plus group. Our 12 Plus group has met each other on the 10th March for a very long meeting to prepare this General Assembly. And then afterwards, every morning from 8 to 9 till yesterday. So it were quite long days. And we had also held an important side event on landmines organized by Ukraine, which was attended by a lot of delegations to support this important cause. The 12 Plus group members have been very active in several committees, including the Standing Committee on Peace and International Security, which has adopted the draft resolution from our Spanish colleague, Mr. Cepeda, on cybercrime. And this is a very technical and delicate subject. And I want to congratulate Mr. Cepeda and his colleague from the United Arab Emirates to make this very, very difficult task to a success, but also the Secretary and the Chairman of this committee. The same goes for the draft resolution on achieving negative carbon balances of forests submitted by Mr. Hoffmann from Germany and Ms. Gavit from India. It was a great pleasure to see the constructive atmosphere in both standing committees, and also I'd like to thank the chair of the second committee and the secretary for the outstanding working. The 12+ group is also happy that the Standing Committee on Peace and International Security has approved the proposal from Argentina and Belgium on lethal autonomous weapons as a topic of its next resolution. This is a matter of grave concern and danger that already exists. It's not science fiction. However, we have also to draw a few remarks. The first one being that the resolutions on the inhuman war of aggression in Ukraine have had very little effect on the ground. And here, there's only one country to blame, and this is not Ukraine. Moreover, several 12+ delegations have met with the delegation of the Afghan parliamentarians in exile, led by Mr. Rahmani, Speaker of the House of the Parliament of Afghanistan. And we all know the current situation in Afghanistan. We all know the humanitarian crisis, the dire situation of the human rights, etc. 125 of the 250 MPs are still in Afghanistan. And among these 125 MPs, there are 10 women parliamentarians. And they are in a greater danger than their male colleagues, and they constantly have to hide. The Taliban are specifically targeting MPs on their death list. We request the Western countries to help to evacuate them, and we and the IPU are more than ready to provide you with some more information. There is an imminent danger of further crimes against the women MPs. And as you know, Ms. Murtsu Nabizada has already been killed in January 2023. So please, dear friends, may we ask you to take your responsibility if you are not already doing so. And then there is a regrettable incident with a participant from the Human Rights Watch, whose visa have been withdrawn by the Bahraini authorities. And we know that our hosts from the Bahraini parliament weren't able to make them revoke their decision. But, Mr. President, dear Duarte, and dear friends from Bahrain, as a 12+ group, we cannot simply take note of the situation. Human Rights Watch defends core IPU values on which we cannot compromise in any way. So I have to mention it. And we count on you, Mr. President, dear Duarte, to not take this lightly. As 12+, we don't budge on the core values of this organization. Which brings me to the last matter that I want to touch upon here. During the next assembly in Angola, we will elect the new president of the IPU. And please allow me to refer to the note on the submission of candidacies for the IPU presidency that has been issued during the 206th session of the Governing Council back in 2020. And the note mentions that there are no formal requirements, but that historically, IPU presidents have been outstanding political leaders, well respected nationally and historically, and firmly committed to the core IPU values and principles, in particular the promotion of democracy, human rights, and the rule of law. So we as a 12+ group are very curious to see what candidates will come for the next General Assembly in Angola. Dear colleagues, I would like to conclude by thanking all of you for the inspiring exchanges. I'd like to thank our Bahraini hosts for the perfect organization, and I have to say for the wonderful hospitality, not only here on site, but also in the main city and all over the country. And I would say to all of you, see you all next time in Angola. Have a very safe flight or trip back to home, and see you next time. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we'll give the speech to President of IPU. Please take.
Thank you all. Mr. President of the Assembly and our host, dear speakers of Parliament, Mr. Secretary General, fellow parliamentarians, dear colleagues. We are coming to the end of our work after one intensive week. Allow me to say that our first word should be addressed to our hosts. Mr. Speaker, you, all the members of both houses, all our colleagues did amazing work to receive us in a way so warm during this week. We may say thousands of things, but I think that's just a dozen of words, but I think just one word is express everything. Thank you for everything you have done. We don't need to say more. And this work, Excellency, is extensive to Your Majesty, the King, but allow me to say to all the people of Bahrain, because during these days we also went to different places in this wonderful city of Manama, and it was possible to talk with the people, and we felt how warm they are, and how happy they are to receiving us here. So it was one experience that for the people that came here for the first time can be a surprise. Not for me, because I have the luck to come before. We need to say also a special thanks, allow me to say, to everyone that worked to achieve the success of this assembly. From the side of IPU, to the Secretary General, to all the members of the staff, thank you, Martin, thank you, all of you, but also from your side. Of course, Ambassador Phillips is part of the family. We never needed to say her name because she is always present. But allow me to say, Mr. Speaker, to all your staff as well. All people, the volunteers, people that are behind the screens, but they, all them work a lot to achieve the success. To the interpreters, without them, we can be here, but sometimes we'll not understand ourselves. Sometimes you don't understand also with interpreters. Now imagine without interpreters. And so we needed to thank all of them. Everyone was a small piece of the organization, and just with all the pieces, it was possible to achieve the success of this assembly. Thank you to each one of these small pieces. Without one of them, we will not achieve the success. And we work a lot, Excellency. I believe we had the meetings that are in our statutes, the meetings of the committees, the side events, the governing council, the executive committee, the plenary, but also bilateral meetings that I think it happened for hundreds, some hundreds, between different delegations that try to understand what are the points of view of the other delegations about issues relevant for each one. I had more than 30 bilateral meetings. So I believe that we have hundreds of them, because a lot of speakers, deputy speakers, and more than 140 delegations came to Manama. We approved different resolutions. One amazing declaration that will call for the future declaration of Manama. We decide to go ahead and try to put some pressure to IPU and to the Uruguay authorities and to Egyptian authorities to put some pressure to achieve the office as soon as possible. We decide to update the rules of the Kremlin Passy Award. We approved what will be for the future our ATAN. something that will be always remembered, one of the most important decisions we took here in Manama. We elect colleagues for different positions, but allow me to express, now from here, we have a new president to the Forum of Young Parliamentarians and a new colleague also to the presidency of Women Parliamentarians. And so, new blood will give new vitality to these institutions. I appreciate a lot what the other colleagues have done. But when they have fresh air, we understand they will come with energy, try to do more and more if it is possible. So, dear colleagues, we did a lot. We decided, Madam Chair of the geopolitical African group, we decided that we will have a roadmap to change our status. You appointed very relevant questions. And so what we decided is not to talk just about it, but on the meeting that joined all the leaders of the geopolitical groups with the Secretariat and with myself, that we will open a roadmap until Luanda, all countries will be available to present the proposals. Then in Angola, we will create a working group that will analyze and try to see what it can be consistent from the, I don't know if it will be thousands or hundreds of amendments, and we will come back in 1 year from now to a final proposal to update our status. Because we should, the reality change, and it is not possible work with the same rules of the past. We needed to update to our new times. So we did a lot during these weeks. As it was possible to understand the progresses and the evolution of this wonderful country in all aspects, in aspects of democracy, of tolerance, of economic development, respect for human rights. Yes, it was possible to see the development in all these aspects here in Bahrain. And this way, we came to an end. We came to an end to understand that we should continue our work. Because we are in parliaments. We represent the people. No, because it is one obligation. Because it is our choice and the choice of the people that decide to vote on us. And so, if it is not one obligation, because we say that we are available to serve people, we should continue to work because the problems of the people are not resolved. And this way, we should continue to our work. And we, in IPU, we understand it will be easier to solve the problems of the world if we work together. It will be easier because many of these problems are problems that a country alone, a parliament alone, will not be available to solve. Just if we work together, it will be possible. And so we address many issues. We address the situation in Myanmar, the atrocities that happening there. We criticize the use of force against civilians. We criticize the killing of members of parliament without any reason. Summarize crime that needs to be condemned without in other words. As we address the situation in Afghanistan, where we defend all citizens, especially women, that are treated without justice, without respecting of the basic human rights. We criticize the assassinated of Marshal Nabizada, a former MP that was assassinated in her home in Kabul. We look to the Sahel region in Africa that is severely affected by many crises. Terrorist groups and organized criminals are taking root in many of these states, killing people, destabilizing the region. Thus, Sahel calling for help, is calling for help. Ladies and gentlemen, we must hear this call. But we understand also, this is relevant issues, but there are other. What happened in Ukraine should end as soon as possible. This aggression from the Russian Federation to the Ukraine should have an end, because people need to live in peace. We criticize what happened in Palestine. We understand that Israel needs to live with security, but it don't mean to have reason to attack other neighbors of the country. And so we pray for the people that died after earthquake that killed thousands and thousands of people in Turkey and in Syria. Now we understood also that other countries, when we was here, Malawi suffered from awful cyclone Freddy, with that killed again thousands of people, showing that climate change is real. I don't know if there is someone with doubts about this. But if you have, you may see the image of Malawi. Never they suffered something like that. And so we understand that we have a lot of problems. Migration from Latin America to the United States. People that are leaving everything behind, try to find hope in the future. In the Mediterranean, people that are running away from the poverty, from war, try to cross the Mediterranean in small boats and dying every day. And the politicians go to the bed to sleep without thinking about it. How it is possible? So, dear colleagues, please, here in IPU, we need to understand. We represent not just our constituents. We serve the global community, and we need to work to serve all of them. And this is why there are three basic points that I wish to conclude, to share with you. First, let us, representatives of our society, lead by example. Let us remember that healthy democracies hold space for difference. As such, we must encounter intolerance with respect and disagreement and with dialogue. This is the main theme of our meeting and assembly, promoting peaceful, coexistent and inclusive societies. But we need to do it day by day, also inside our parliaments. Secondly, let us ensure that our parliaments need to be inclusive places, representative of our society, and in dialogue with our constituencies and with all diversity, with more women and more young people represented. And thirdly, let us, through our parliament's work, to create laws which uphold the rights and dignity of all people looking forward. We needed to say, we needed to be happy, tired. I believe you are so tired as I am now in the end of this week. But we need to look forward because we have 1 year in front of us to work and to change something in our world. I believe that the spirit of Manama will remain in our minds in our work, and this way we will continue to work, and in Angola we will say, we did it. Thank you so much. And, Mr. Speaker, shukran for everything.
In the name of God, the merciful, the compassionate, Duarte Pacheco, President of the IPU, Martin Chongong, Secretary General of the IPU, Excellencies, Speakers of Parliament, heads of delegation, ladies and gentlemen, may the peace and blessings of the Lord be upon you. May I first of all thank the various speakers of Parliament, the representatives of the councils from around the world, the IPU. I would like to thank them for their very effective and efficient attendance of the 146 IPU Assembly. Thank you for attending the related meetings too. Delegates actively participated in dialogue, in discussions, and we have heard any number of statements which clearly showed us that everyone was determined to achieve the goals of our common parliamentary action. Ladies and gentlemen, let us go back a bit. Let us think together about our founding fathers. One can note that the founding fathers of our IPU always wanted to bring about peaceful coexistence and peaceful dialogue. It's important to reiterate the appeal made by His Majesty Hamad bin Zayed Al Khalifa, the King of Bahrain. He gave a statement during the inaugural ceremony and called for setting up an economic and political order that would be more equitable. He called on cooperation between parliaments, and he also called for condemning any hate speech. He said that one should not instrumentalize freedom, particularly in terms of the media and social networks. This appeal made by our king is an urgent international need, given the hate speech that is spreading around the world and the conflicts which are getting worse. It's important to bring about stability and peace. All this will enable us to promote peaceful coexistence and create inclusive societies while combating intolerance. This calls for multilateral cooperation under the aegis of the Inter-Parliamentary Union. It's important to espouse these proposals. It's important to debate all these principles in order to shape a common vision which would be duly reflected in the positions of the various IPU member parliaments. Ladies and gentlemen, we're talking about international partnership. When you talk about international partnership, you're talking about the importance of dialogue, which must prevail, dialogue based on facts and laws, discarding misinformation. We need to consolidate the rule of law. This also means banning any foreign interference in the domestic affairs of countries. This means respect for national sovereignty. We're talking about the principles that have been agreed upon by the international community. These are principles that govern the relations between various countries around the world, as we all know. Any number of meetings have been held between the various parliaments. This is in keeping with our expectations parliaments are seeking to achieve sustainable development. We need to link the various parliaments together. Our common future depends on our taking joint action. We must not live without harmony within this organization. This will help us shape a better future for the sake of all communities and peoples. Ladies and gentlemen, the Kingdom of Bahrain had the honor to welcome the 146th IPU Assembly. It was our honor to host the related meetings as well. We're very pleased to see that this work has been a resounding success. Our King, His Majesty, has supported this assembly, and His Royal Highness Prince Salman Hamad Al Khalifa, the heir to the throne, and the Prime Minister as well have supported our assembly. In fact, this reflects the will of Bahrain to become deeply engaged within the IPU with a view to attaining the noble objectives of our organization. Finally, may I thank the National Committee that organized this assembly. I would also like to thank all the IPU staff members and the administrative staff, technical staff, all those who have contributed to the success of this 146th IPU Assembly. And thank you, too. You made it possible to achieve success at this assembly. Bahrain is a land of coexistence and tolerance. I would like to wind up with this 146th IPU Assembly. May the peace and blessing of the Lord be upon you.
Thank you, and the assembly is closed.